Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 3 p.m. on July the 7th. I call the City Council meeting to order. All council members are present with the exception of Council Member Kimball. He will not be attending. And Mayor Pro Tem Jessica Gonzalez. Is she on Zoom? She's on Zoom. She is present on Zoom. Minister Jones will lead us in invocation, and Councilmember Kendricks will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we bring in all wondering minds and thoughts and look for the hill and remember where our help, our aid, and assistance come from. Most gracious, eternal, and heavenly Father, we pause to say thank you for another day's journey. God, we ask you to walk up and down this council this afternoon. Touch each and every heart that's gathered here. Let them down in your bosom of wisdom right now. Give them a sound mind, humble heart, wisdom, love, and common action, God, for everything that's happened within this chamber, God. Blessed God, it's only you can bless it. No one else can do it like you. So, God, as we pause right now, just thank you that you watched over us last night while we slumbering and slept, and then you touched these old bodies this morning and allowed us to rise to a brand new day that wasn't promised to us, and we thank you for it, Father. Now, God, continue to order our footsteps and regulate our minds. Bless us, God, as no one else can do. Then, God, we pause for a moment. Remember our servicemen and women, those who stand in harm's way as we stand here enjoying all the fruit and labors of life. Touch them right now. Let them know, God, that you still, God, you still standing by them. And then, God, when we've done all that's in our hands to do, when we shall stick our swords in the sand, of time to study word no more. Give us a home somewhere in your kingdom where we may praise your name forevermore. These are all blessed and actual and righteous name. Amen, amen, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council, with your consent, I would like to move item 19, Mayor's remarks, to the beginning of the meeting. Do I have your consent?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I had talk about, excuse me. No. I wanted to comment on this past Saturday's festival, the Red, White, and Blue Festival. What a great festival. And I want to say this on behalf of the entire, I'm sorry.
We still need approval of the agenda for the rest of the items before we're moving forward.
Okay. I was told I did not need to. I needed to say this before. Okay. Okay. Need a motion to approve the agenda. Excuse me. Councilmember Brown?
I move to approve the agenda with the amendment to take item number 19 and make that the first order of business.
Can I get a second?
I-
All in favor? Signify by saying yes. Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Council. Thank you so much. So let me continue with this in terms of this very good festival. What a wonderful time that we had there. Many of you were out there. From what I understand, that it has been probably like over, unofficially, about over 19,000 people. We'll just wait for those numbers to come in. But let me say this on behalf of the council. It was truly a great evening, Red, White, and Blue Festival, as we came together to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday with family, friends, and community. The energy, the patriotism, and spirit on display made this event a memorable event. We had music, family, and fun. We had the fireworks. But let me just say this. I want to get to this point. And the reason why we had such a wonderful time, and I believe council would agree, because of the men and the women who made this happen, our staff, the fire department. I want to thank the fire department. I want to thank the police department, the public works, anybody that had anything to do with this festival in terms of getting it to make it happen. It did. I'm telling you, it was a wonderful, wonderful event. I stayed there until the end, and I'm so proud of the sponsors, the vendors. They made it happen as well. Our downtown or Main Street team, what a wonderful job y'all did. I don't know if they're here, but I want to say, Main Street team, thank you. Thank you so much for what you done. I could only imagine it was a lot of work, a lot of planning, but we did it. And we celebrated as a community. We celebrated as one. It was so good to see such a diversity of people, and how that we just enjoyed not only the festival, but we enjoyed one another. I saw people talking to one another. I saw kids playing the Ferris wheel. I don't think we had that. This is the first time we ever had the Ferris wheel. Is that correct? And so as a city, we should be proud of what we've accomplished and bringing the city together just to unite one another. And that was such a good time to do. And so again, thank you, Main Street team. Thank you, city staff, and everyone who played a part in that on behalf of the city council. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I propose that we all agree on the city council to forego the staff presentations for the following 7 items on the consent agenda, since I know we have all done our homework. Those would be items RS 26-101, 102, 103, 105, 106, 010, and 011. This is not a motion, it's just a proposal.
Okay, so that calls for a consensus, City Attorney?
Yes, it just needs consensus
Not
from
a
council.
motion.
Correct.
Okay. What is the consensus of the council?
Yes.
Okay,
Discussion?
yes, discussion.
I think it's only fair that we have the presentation this evening, since the citizenry didn't have any warning on it, to know that they wouldn't be getting the presentation in advance. I know we have a recommendation on the governing standards to go to this process in the future, but that hasn't been approved yet. So I think out of fairness to, and I see a lot of new faces here, so fairness to the new people who are here who may or may not know how to access the information on their own in advance, they deserve to at least hear the presentation on what's going on.
Okay. Councilman Nash King?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the residents. Mr. Bass made a proposal to the council, and I didn't even get the count of how many agreed to it, and that's all. I was just trying to see, did everybody
Yes, ma'am.
consent to it?
Let me see. Can I see the hands of
that's
those who
what I
consent?
done.
Thank, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mayor Pro Tem? Gonzalez?
I agree.
So the consensus pass.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, so we will not be having the presentations. Was that including, you mentioned, so we can be clear?
So the two that we do need the presentations on, Mr. Mayor, is RS 26104 and OR 2612.
And to be clear with the audience, what number is that, sir? Is that item number 2?
4 and 9, Mr.
4 and
Mayor.
9. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Bass. All right, we will come full. Councilmember Nash King.
McKendrick, Elson, I couldn't hear what you were saying. I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
It's okay. You want him to repeat that?
For the record, so, because Councilmember Williams, she didn't hear it either.
Okay. City Attorney, could you repeat that?
Yes, so the two that we would have presentations on are item 4, RS 26104, and item 9, OR 26-12.
Thank you both.
Okay, so that's item 4 and item 9. And that is again RS 26-104 and OR 26-112. Councilmember Brown?
How will that work for item number 3, RS 103, to discuss the fees for the Animal Services Department?
Well, there was a consensus for,
So are we just going to vote on it without discussion?
well, we'll have a time to discuss it in the regular workshop. But we're not going to do a presentation. Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Sure, not to be contrary, and I will.
Okay.
Okay, this is the work session that we're in right now, and I can understand if we're not going to have a presentation and we've seen the proposed fees, but it's still a discussion that needs to happen. Normally, if we pull those consent before the workshop even starts, then there's no discussion on them at all. So I just want to make, are we just going to discuss each item without a presentation, or are we just skipping everything and going to the two that were not pulled from presentation?
You'll be able to ask questions during the regular, we've had chance to, from what I understand, the council would like for us to just have a presentation on these two items, 4 and 9.
So we're going to discuss the rest, but not have a presentation on them?
No.
Then how am I going to be able to discuss one that we pulled the presentation from?
City Attorney,
From what I understand, from what the recommendation was, it would effectively pull this from the discussion. So the work session, that would be the mechanism which starts the discussion on the item. So if we are pulling it, then no, there would not be a time to discuss it. I think the idea was to pull it and consider it without further discussions.
Right. And we could ask questions during the regular session.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
when we go to the regular session, there will be the consent agenda. If these items that have not been presented, if someone wants to ask questions or pull it, they can make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus a certain item for separate vote or discussion. I think
Thank you.
that'd be very simple.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I did have a recommendation as well, and I don't know if I can make that motion to include item number 4, RS 26, I'm sorry, RS number 5, RS 26-105. To
No,
present
it's-
as well.
The consensus has already been, the council has already agreed on which one. City
Did
Attorney,
we just
is
vote
that
on
correct?
Councilmember Bass's recommendation?
Say that again, ma'am?
Did we just vote on Councilmember Bass's recommendation?
Yes, it was consensus, it wasn't a.
I understand we voted on consensus, but not for these items, but, okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, is everybody clear? Please press your request to speak. Councilmember Bass?
Yeah, based on what City Manager Cagle said, item 5 can be pulled before we vote on the consent agenda. So item 5 could be pulled and the animal services fees could be pulled. That's in the regular work session before we vote on the consent agenda, if I understand right.
Okay, we will continue. Madam Secretary, with the other two items.
Everyone, number 4?
That is number 4.
RS 26-104, consider a memorandum resolution readopting the governing standards and expectations with amendments.
Ms. Wildman? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Okay, so tonight I am bringing forth the governing standards for the readoption. So just a little background. The governing standards and expectations were originally adopted by resolution in June of 2018, and they're revised annually. The intent is for them to serve as a single source reference containing the council's rules, protocols, procedures, policies, and expectations for not only itself, but also committees, staff, and the public. Section 7-20 provides that the city council shall begin review of the governing standards after the election and work to readopt an updated version by the end of July of each year. So in June 16th, 2026, city council directed that certain changes be brought back to city council. There were also a number of additional revisions that were received by staff since then that I have for you tonight. Yep. So this is a list of the changes that were brought up at the last council meeting. The change to add a separate section for citizen comments on non-agenda items. Upon review, it looks like that change could be made to section 1-50A15, so it's just a simple addition, creating an area at the bottom of the agenda allowing for that discussion. And there could be a change to section 1-80D, which adds provisions to allow public to participate in that citizen comment and public hearing items remotely. There was a recommendation to change the date for which the city facilities may not be used for council, sponsored meetings. The change would be from January 1 through Election Day to July of odd-numbered years. That was one that I believe was recommended by staff in connection with the changes to the election dates. The next was the update the date for council appointments to committees and subcommittees to every year in December, again, to realign with new election dates. And next is the add Board of Adjustment to the list of boards with appointment subcommittees that resulted from the consolidation of our multiple boards of adjustment to a single board. And then finally, there was the update the date for the annual review of the governing standards, again, moving that to December to January. I would like to make a note on that one, that unless there's a direction otherwise, just so the council is aware, so we are doing these review now and readoption now. If this is adopted as written, this would require it again to come this December. So if this council wants that, that's fine, we can do it again. If not, if we just want to make it once and then wait till next December, something can be written in the governing standards in which that provision wouldn't be effective until 2027. So that goes over the changes that were brought up at the last meeting. This is a slide of the additional requested changes. So before I go over these tonight, kind of what our office is requesting is either a motion to accept those changes as requested, and I can go back. All right. Either looking for a motion either tonight to adopt these, to move forward with these adoptions as they were already presented, or postpone these to the next meeting to bring back any additional changes that council brings tonight. So we can either do it as one motion or as two, for two resolutions.
Okay. So, Mr. Wallen, so what we need to, would it be good for us to just go over each one so we can be clear?
Okay. Each one of the ones that were discussed?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're clear what we're.
So the first one was an addition to section 1-50, A15. What this did was create a separate addition, or I'm sorry, it created a new subsection under that provision that allows for citizen comments on non-regular agenda items. On non-public hearing items for all regular meeting agendas, So this would create a separate item at the end of the agenda. So it would still allow for citizen comments on agenda items that are non-public items at the beginning, but it would create a separate item at the end that would allow citizens to comment on any city-related business.
And you're saying this would be at the end of the agenda?
Correct, yes, as written, yes. It was added. It's in section 1-50, which is the order of how the agenda is structured. So this would be put at the end of the agenda.
Okay. So can I get a motion for section A, 150A, 115? 15?
So are we making motions during the work session?
Oh, I'm sorry. My correction. No, we're not.
We'll be asking for motion of directions when it comes to the additional provisions. Really, I'm just looking for now is that, so these are more for review of the ones that council already discussed at the last meeting here. So just the second and third pages I have are going to be the new ones.
But in the general session, we can go one by one.
You can. It would be easier if we just adopted all of these by one, is because this is a resolution that's adopting the new standards, and then it's going to be readopting the governing standards. It would be cleaner and more easier if we just adopted it pursuant to one resolution.
Okay. Continue on,
Okay.
sir.
You want me to continue on with these ones that we
Yeah,
discussed?
explain in each, yes, sir.
But the problem is that with that is, I agree on the non-agenda items, but I disagree to allow the public to participate remotely. I have very specific reasons for that. So how do we proceed in that case? Because I don't want to vote against non-agenda items because I'm against the remote access.
Right, and So my understanding, this was all done already by vote by council in order to add this at the last meeting. So it was put on there by majority vote of the council to add these on the recommendation. So if there is, so this would go as one lump item. So if there is a provision in there that you're against, then you can vote against it to keep from that, adding that one change.
Say again?
So if you are against one, these are kind of going forward because it's already been presented to council at the last meeting in order to vote on whether or not each individual council member approved each one of these individual items. And so it was already put on here following a majority vote. So effectively, it is a all or nothing when it comes to that point.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Brown?
I'll wait until after we finish the entire presentation.
Okay. So you want me to continue? Let me continue? Okay. So the next one will be 1-80. This was the addition for the ability for city, this would be allowed for public to participate in public hearing items and public and citizen comments remotely. So that would just be an addition, small addition to paragraph 2 under the citizens' participations in section 1-80. Do you want me to just continue through them? Okay.
Councilmember Neskey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I'm just missing something. If we already, if I wasn't here, I had a family emergency at that meeting. But if the council already approved this, why are we going one by one? If I understood you correctly, these are items that they already approved prior.
That's correct. So these ones were the ones that were already presented and approved by council at the
Okay.
last meeting.
All right, so there's only what you want for this is consent? Either we do all of them or we don't?
Correct.
Okay. That's all, I just needed clarity. Because if it's a bundled package, it's a package. And we can't change we cannot change an item on here unless we want to pull one specifically and say, I disapprove of that when we do vote on the item. Am I correct?
So at the end of this, I am looking for a motion of direction in order to adopt these, or a motion of direction to bring it back next time with additional changes, or bring it back next time with some of these changes gone, removed from this.
Correct. So to make it simple, the items that we are discussing for the residents is that even though this is a package, a council member can pull, as Councilmember Bass say, I may be for one item and not for the other. They have that option. Am I correct or wrong?
He can make a motion that to approve it. It's something to the effect of I move to approve it without that
Correct,
addition to
just
it.
like
That's what
we
you're
do
saying.
the
That's
agenda.
correct.
This is
Right.
not new to us. So I'm just saying, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to follow your lead on this, but since we got to make the motion anyway, and we have the opportunity to pull out any item we want, going through step by step by step, it's irrelevant until we get ready to make that motion. And that's just my opinion on it. And I apologize if I offended anyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. I was understanding that we were, this is a workshop session, and you were discussing what are we going to be voting on by each item. Not so much that we are voting on it again, but you're just going over what we asked you to bring back to us. Is that correct?
That is correct. So these are the ones that were voted on last time, and the changes, we went back and made the changes to the governing standards in order to effectuate those changes. So I'm just bringing them back to
Okay.
illustrate what those changes were.
Okay, thank you.
We have one over here, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember
Yes, sir.
Williams.
So then, why are we wasting the time? And we're talking about our time that we have here now. And I think that this is an absolute waste of time when we don't have to go through all of this, when we have already voted on it. I mean, let's be real. So I understand exactly what what Councilwoman Nash King is saying as well. And we've already voted for it. Now, I understand you said we're gonna make a motion later on. Okay, but isn't already packaged together? Even if we pull one, will we have to go back over all of them again?
No. No, I'm just bringing these back to you. I was just running through them just to show what was discussed last time. I'm just going off council's direction to go through these in depth. If council wants me to skip by them and go to the new ones, I'm more than willing to do so. So you just,
So we just can't move on then, we just wanna go over
I
everything?
still do have a number of changes that were received by staff as far as additional changes in which I do need motions of direction as to whether or not council accepts those different changes as well.
I understand.
Okay, so, sir, so for right now, you don't have to go over all of these. Are you
Correct. So
going over
these ones here are ones that have already been discussed in depth by
Yes.
council. I can go ahead and jump forward to the new ones if you want.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams.
As you see, these are the number of the different changes we received. I can just walk through them real fast, just read through them. So the regular meeting start time should be moved from 3 PM to 5 PM. That would just require a simple change to section 1-30. The second is the mayor may set the time for special meetings if there is no council motion specifying the time, and the changes to the time of the regular meetings would require approval by a majority of city council. So, that's would be changes to, again, to 1-30. The next is anything on the agenda that is not discussed by 11 PM is automatically moved to a special meeting agenda for the following week. Now, I would like to bring up a note of caution with that, with the current language of the Open Meetings Act, with the new posting of the 3 business days. That would be hard for staff to be able to comply with that. And if there was a holiday during the week, it would actually be impossible for staff to be able to post, because it would just be the next day, we'd have to post the agenda the very next day, and we're already out of compliance. So there is concern with that. But if council did want to move forward, that would just be in addition to, or a change to 1-70. The next would be meetings will not be adjourned until prior to 11 PM if there is still business to be discussed on the agenda, unless there is an emergency. The next is return to 4-minute meetings, 4 minutes for citizen comments and public hearings, and 3 minutes for the non-agenda item discussions. And then a split agenda into 2 separate meetings, whether same day or different days, have a call to order, agenda approval, and adjournment on the workshop and the meeting. So that would require 2 sets of citizen comments, and effectively would split the workshop and the meeting and the regular meeting into two meetings. There we go. Next, we have the recommendation to add invocation and pledge to special city council meetings. Right now, it's only on regular meetings. This would add it to special meetings. The change to add either define citizen as any member of the public for purposes of citizen comments, or rename the section from citizen comment to public comment. Next is remove the requirement to submit participation form prior to meeting start. That would be for the citizen comments. So now citizens have to, or public have to submit a form in order to speak. That change would remove that requirement. The next is a procedure for the council investigation. That's what we've discussed with the charter amendment discussions, actually having something that lists out that procedure. The next is remove the authority of the mayor to remove citizens from the premises. So that's a distinction, removing them from the meeting as opposed to the premises. And then the next is to clarify that staff presentations are not required for consent agenda items unless a council member requests that an item be pulled from the consent agenda for further discussions. So none of those are necessarily have any sort of legal concerns. And with that, like I mentioned, so right now, the next steps are the city council may continue discussions for further amendments or re-adopt the governing standard with those amendments that we've already discussed.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Bass.
So, for the rather long list of additional council member requested changes, I suppose during the regular meeting, we could discuss and vote on each one of these one at a time.
Council, you can. I think it'd be easier if we just discussed and had a motion that adopted each individual one, but that's going to be council's prerogative. How, if you want to vote, if you want to discuss each individual one, we can.
Your recommendation is what?
I say the motion can be to accept A, B, D, and kind of move down the list and move forward with that. Or we can go down and list and have a motion for each individual one. It's just that one's going to be a lot more timely.
Well, my opinion is some of these are quite controversial. I do not anticipate 6-0 votes or 7-0 votes on most of these. So I see no other way other than having to discuss each one of these separately and make a motion on each one of these separately. And I think it will be worth the time because these are very important requested changes that I have heard from citizens. And it's not just council members proposing this. A lot of these came from our citizens. So I think it's worth our time as a council to discuss them one by one. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. And I actually second that sentiment from Councilmember Bass, that we either do go down these line by line and discuss them and decide how we want to move on each one of them. Because of the nature of some of these, I have several questions, and I'm not okay with just mass approving of these at any point. Either that or a motion that needs to be made to continue our discussions for further amendments moving forward at a different date. But I am in favor of Councilmember Bass's recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Brown. And then Councilmember Nash King.
So I'm okay with doing it either way, either going through them one at a time or handling it like we would any consent item, where if there's something on the list that specifically a council member wants to pull, then we pull that item. So that way, if there's something that we know that it's already going to be in agreement, then we're not going over that one unnecessarily. So either way, I was going to start it off but I will leave the floor to Ms. King before I go ahead and start talking about each individual one then.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Assistant City Attorney, I would like to add some items to this. Is that appropriate to do it now, sir?
I believe if you want to move to add them, would this be appropriate? Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, I have, from the council, I have some concerns. We received some, Mr. Mayor, this is directed to you because I cannot talk directly to council members, but it's to the council, sir. We received a lot of emails that we were not a part of, but we were added on, Mr. Mayor, to requesting for information or different things that council member wanted to know. And I be request for information, and it was coming from different people. The information that we was receiving, and that's very important that we all know. And one of the things I would like, Mr. Mayor, to be put into our governor's standards and expectation that if a council member, because according to the charter, the charter is clear that the staff works directly for Mr. Cagle or the city manager, him or her, and that the city council only have 3 people that answer to them, and that would be Mr. Mayor, the city manager, the city judge, and Mr. Mayor, the city auditor. And so I would like to propose to the council that when we are requesting information, Mr. Mayor, from the staff, that we get with city, Mr. Cagle or whoever at that time, if he's not here, Mrs. Wilson, to ensure that we have one person that the council send that email to, if it's Debbie, and I would like to find out about the street light in my neighborhood. It's not working, which I know for a fact that, that's not our responsibility once the developer has completed it. But I do want some black and white to share with the constituents. So I should send it, for example, just you, sir, for an example, to Mr. Wallander, me. But when he replied, we all get that information. Because I don't like my email to be cluttered, and I've already have, with staff, I put them in order where they go, so I'm getting new emails from people I never really probably received it because some other council member may request it. So that is a recommendation that if we are following the charter, council, that going directly sometime to staff or to employees can be a problem because to me, we will be out of order according to the charter. So what is the purpose of us having Mr. Cagle, Mrs. Wilson, and whoever else may be the assistant city manager? When we just send it to, if Mr. Cagle decides Ms. Cece, hypothetically, it'll go to Ms. Cece. Can I have an extra minute, council?
Council?
Thank you. That email from a council member will go to one source within the city, and then that person will give it to Mr. Cagle or Mrs. Wilson, predicated on who's in charge that week. And they will go directly to, I'm not saying we cannot talk to them, but when one council member or 2 or 3 cannot direct the staff to do anything as an individual or as 3, it has to come before this council, and we vote on a direction for the city. So I just would like if we could add, simple, that the council would go through a source of the city manager choosing to send our emails when requesting for information, and that once that information is gathered, that all council members receive all of the information, and that it is clear that not a council member, I used up my time, can give a direction. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King.
Can we get a consent on?
Yes, I am, I really care about what you were saying. I wanted to, because that's kind of the language that I had wanted to present with my opinion of adding on to the government standings. And this is kind of pretty much what you were saying as well. I recommended that we add language to our governing standards to reinforce our charter provisions, reinstating the city manager's authority in managing and directing his or her staff. Per the charter, the council has 3 direct reports: the judge, the auditor, as you said, and the city manager. If council needs something from city staff, the inquiry should be towards the city manager. As our direct report, we need to ensure the city manager has the opportunity and support to direct and balance the workload of their staff members. Mr. Wallander, that's what, I believe that's kind of the language, if I'm correct, Councilmember Ashkin?
Yes, sir. It is, but Mr. Mayor, I agree everything you said, but I just want to add a caveat.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that to the city, assistant city attorney. It was my understanding that when we was talking about the charter and the governor's standards and expectation, there was no time on it. Because Mrs. Can I have permission,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor,
you-
to
you
talk
have
directly?
permission.
Thank you to the Assistant City Attorney, that when we were discussing items like this, because this would be like different than like a regular meeting, but I'm assuming this is not. But this particular item, like you stated when we was doing the charter, and I said point of order, hey, we're not on that subject, but she stated that in these, the governor's standards and expectation, if I'm wrong, correct me, in the charter, when we have these types of discussion, that we could just talk as if we were having a conversation to get clarity on what we're trying to say to the council to consider. And I would just like, I don't have a problem with the time, but I just want to see if, does that apply to this or not?
Yes, so I believe what the advice was that council typically suspends the governing standards and a lot of the rules when it comes to discussions, when we're discussing the charter amendments. As far as this governing standards, I would assume it would fall within the same lines.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, Mr. Mayor, when you finish, I have one more item on my time that I would like to then for you to consider.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for your professional opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Yes, thank you there, Mayor Solomon. I appreciate it. I agree with Councilwoman Melissa about we don't need to go over every single. No, I know. This is Melissa right here. I know. I agree with her that we don't need to go over every item there. I think some of these things are elementary, that we don't have to spend as much time on them every single time. Some of them could be, we don't have to go over every one of them. Some of them that we can just read over, we already had time on, and we already had explained every one of them. So why is it got to be reiterated over and over again? So some of them, no, we don't need to go over every time. Some of them are just elementary. So no, I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let me say this, it's so important for us to, when you talk about not going over, to make it clear for the residents, the citizens, of what we are actually doing in our governing standards. And so, and to make, so we can be clear, you know, I understand that we can just vote on a whole cluster of things, but I think that you need to make sure what you're voting on. And I think some of these items need to be discussed and realize. So I think it's good. It's my opinion. Councilmember Brown.
So I don't think that this should be a consensus thing. And historically, what we do with these is it's a motion of direction to accept or deny each one of the recommendations. And I would say that based on the conversation on that so far, even though it's not a motion of direction, I still wouldn't support it regardless. We should be able to email any department head and ask them whatever questions it is we have. The charter specifically says that the council has the authority to inquire into the conduct of any office, department, or agency of the city and make investigations as to municipal affairs. So that inquire is asking questions. So we have the authority by charter to ask questions to any department head. I can tell you from experience that the department heads, if it's not a quick question that is pertinent only to that council member, they're going to send it to the city manager's office, who's going to determine if it needs to go to the whole council or not anyway. But a lot of times you can get a response quicker if it's something urgent on a constituent need by going to that department head, asking them the question directly, rather than sending it to the city manager, who could be in meetings, who could be out of the office, who may not be accessing their email at that point in time. Who would then be able, then has to forward it on to the department head to get the answer. Then that department head has to send it back to the city manager, and then the city manager has to go ahead and have it dispersed out to everyone. For the sake of just asking questions, I don't see why we would limit ourselves to one office instead of going directly to the source. And then letting our staff decide, is it something that needs to go to the whole council or not? If I'm asking something about a pothole on a street in District 2, then I don't know that the whole council needs that information about that, and I don't know that we need to take staff time sending that out to everybody. So I would not support this, even if it did come back as a motion of direction. But what I'm going to request is that since the city attorney had requested a couple very specific things, which is one, a motion of direction on the items that are here. And at the end of that, we decide if we want to approve these or if we want to bring back additional changes. That we should go through what's already been presented, that we all had 2 weeks to type up and send in. At the end of that, if anybody has anything additional, then we can add that in and start discussing those. But for the sake of time, I think we should go through what people have already put the work into and done.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Okay, Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what everyone has said, but this is why we're leaders, or we should be. We're trying to rush time, and we complain about us being here too long. Every council member has the right, because this is the governor's standards and expectation that will have an effect on every council member here. And I think if a council member would like to bring a new item to the council, because between the time that they voted on these items, a lot could have transpired that say, hey, maybe we do need to add this to it. And that is a concern, because we're getting a lot of emails. That's just one of my, and you can vote it down. I'm not going to debate that, but I do have the right to add to it. And one more thing I would like to add, since we're talking about the charter, I base my question and proposal based on the charter. The charter is the people charter. You can't get around that. So if we, the council, are breaking the charter by not allowing the city manager or the assistant city manager who's in charge at that time, yes, we are the leaders. We are in charge. But the charter, if we're for the people, we would line up with the charter and say, hey, there has to be an order. We act as if we are the only one on the council that's asking questions. Every council member, from the emails I'm getting, it's not just from one person. It's like all these emails as if, one, you cannot just go to their office if you really care and talk to them in person. Or two, these are some things, basic, elementary, we should already know. Yes, if it's on an upcoming agenda item, I can see requesting those items. But requesting items that is not even on an upcoming agenda, and staff, because we're all their bosses, Mr. Cagle, he's not going to just send it to one person, or he's probably going to tell his assistant city managers in my absence, do what I would do. I don't leave council members out because they're all my bosses. And that is the proper thing to do in protocol. So I'm going to leave that there, whether you vote it up or down. And another thing, when we come to meetings, the council is only responsible. And I'm just foreseeing this in the future. This is my last thing I want to add to the governor's standards and expectations. The council members, we have our executive meeting, and staff is not allowed unless there is a staff member that can come to that meeting that we need. Therefore, council has no right trying to go to the city staff meetings, or when the directors have meetings, they have no right to be in that because that's their meeting. If we send in all these emails requesting information, Mr. Mayor, can I have one more minute? Council one, Ms. Williams.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. To add to that, I would like to make a proposal that city council should stay in their lane, not in this sense, and we have no business trying to do the city manager job by going to city staff meetings, and we are not the director of a department, and we should not be in that meeting. If we, the council, is having a meeting every other Tuesday, this is our meeting, and staff just can't come up here and sit on the dais. When we have our executive meeting, staff just can't come back there and just sit down, just an average executive director, and be a part of that. And I would just like for us to learn as council members, according to the charter, to stay in our lane. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Councilmember Brown.
Well, I think to say any question asked by the council is unnecessary because we should know is uncalled for. You have several new council members who have not been here for 7 or 8 years to know the processes. So the only way they find out is to ask questions, and having that in writing leaves no room for there to be misunderstandings. So I think the emails are a great way to do that. You don't have to respond. I know that you disagree with me. The charter does not say we can't ask department heads questions. Asking them questions is not giving them a directive. And so again, the only thing it says is not to interfere with appointments or removals, and shall not give orders to subordinates of the city manager, which asking a question is not giving an order. We do have the right to do inquiries, to ask questions. Furthermore, there's a legal reason staff can't go into executive sessions. For the Public Meeting Act, there's a reason staff doesn't come up here and just say whatever they want to. For ADA purposes, staff can't come and sit up on the dais anyway. But to say that council members shouldn't be able to attend meetings with staff or department heads is also ridiculous. That is how we get the information. That is how we represent the citizens. I think it's odd that I've only heard of one case where there's been any controversy over that recently. Because I recently requested to be part of a meeting between a developer and an engineer and an HOA and the staff. Well, I don't care if you care. This is my time. Thank you. So I was told no. I didn't fight it. I didn't argue it. However, it is the right of the council members to attend those meetings, both by charter and by state law. So we can't put into governing standards something that is going to be contrary. Mr. Wallander, we do have the right to inquire, correct?
Correct.
And we have for lack of having a procedure, inquiring is simply asking a question, correct?
I would agree with that.
And for lack of a procedure, if it just says we have the right to inquire, then that would give us the right to inquire to any department head?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask y'all, the council, when you're directing it to anybody, first address the chair, and then we can go from there. Councilmember Kendricks.
Okay, I want to be short with this. Leadership goes a long ways. And when we start talking about leadership and questioning staff on certain things, I spent 20 years in the military. At no time did I just go into a general's meeting because I wanted to be there. There are certain things that we have to do as leaders, and doing things as leaders, meaning giving our staff the room to make those decisions and not be over there lingering over them pretty much like micromanagers. We are not micromanagers. We do set policies for the city. And when you become a micromanager, what happens is that dwindles down to the lowest level. And when it dwindles down to the lowest level, along with your head of staff, people just come to work just to be there. That is not what we want. We want people to come to work and give their best every day. And we have a great staff. We have great department heads. But when you start stepping on them and want to get these I got you moments, instead of talking and getting the answers that you need and not being in a meeting with the I got yous, that affects morale. That affects the overall turnover of your employees of your city. And right now, everything that we are going back and forth and doing, we're trying to get a new city manager. I tell you, this isn't helping. I'm speaking.
Don't point at me.
This is not helping us. And we want the best of the best to come to our city. But if we sit here and we want to stomp on our leaders and our leaders up under us or above us, it does not work. It does not work. We're having problems at the federal level. We're having problems at the state level. It does not work. And we have to find a way. Everybody got what they think is the way, but we have to unite to make this thing work. And if you do not unite to make it work, can I get one more minute?
Councilman,
If we do not
Mayor
unite
Pro
to,
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem, are you there?
Yes, sir, I do. I give him the minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, sure, good. Ken?
and that is all I'm saying, leadership. Leadership goes a long ways. And it's hard when you've never been in charge of anything to be a leader, to be around people, to know how your comments and things that you say or may not do affects people. That's all I'm going to say about leadership. Leadership goes a long ways to making a city run smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kendricks. Councilmember Nash King?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, this is directed to you. Mr. Mayor, I want to be clear, and also Mr. Assistant City Attorney. My statement was, Mr. Cagle has a meeting, like it's going to come up after we finish this meeting. He meets with the executive directors, just him and his executive directors. That is the meeting I meant. I want to make clear that we should not be in his, Mr. Cagle, executive meetings. That's only with his executive leaders. That could be mentorship, that could be anything. Now, if a council member wants to talk to a executive director, I don't have a problem with that. But I want to make clear, Mr. Mayor, I meant after we meet every Tuesday, as we all know, because I tried to go to one, and I'm not pointing at anyone. When I first came on, and Mr. Cagle made it clear to me that, hey, Mayor, this is my time with my executive directors. This is what we talk, we plan here, how we're going to present to the council. And I respected that because you're right. Why am I in there? I was just trying to learn, but it wasn't even about me. It was by him mentoring and getting information and thoughts from his executive directors. The second thing, when I say I don't care about council members going into a meeting if the director is talking to a developer, a builder, or somebody, because it's up to the director and if they want to go. There are some developers and builders have asked council members to attend meetings with Mr. Cagle. That's just normal. That's not what I meant. And the third thing, even executive directors meet with their managers and assistant city managers. Those are the meetings I meant we shouldn't be in. Let them have the opportunity to work with their staff one-on-one, mentor them, do whatever. Because we already, as council members, have access to them. If they want to spend quality time with their team, they should be afforded that without us interfering with it. That's what I wanted to clarify. And I don't have a problem. I don't care about council meeting, taking a resident or a developer, builder, or anybody to meet with an executive directors. And that's the motion I want. It's a motion of direction that we, the council, do not attend the city manager meeting with his executive directors and the directors when they meet with their staff. Those are the two meetings that I think we should not be interfering in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Assistant
Councilmember.
City Manager and Council.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Nash King, and you were including the assistant director as well?
In the
assistant city manager.
absent of
Yes, sir.
the city manager, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Nash King, for clarifying that, because that was where I was going with my line of questioning. That I can agree with, and I think that we should have no business in that part of the business. But you did clear it up regarding our constituents that do inquire or ask us to go with them to these meetings. Usually those are announced and coordinated, so thank you for clearing that up for me. That answered my question that I did have. I also have a recommendation for the governing standards, and I know that we are still going to go line by line for the other ones, but I did want to make sure that I put it out there. I put an agenda request item in for adding a quarterly meeting with council and our planning and zoning. And I believe that this would be an appropriate space for it to be a policy or process to be in our governing standards as well. So my request is for a structured process for regular meetings between council and planning and zoning commission that would fit within our governing standards to align long-term planning, clarify policy direction without interfering with the commission's independent decision-making. But just to overall emphasize the communication and direction from council to planning and zoning, I think that would be appropriate as well in our governing standards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, that being all, we'll continue. Mr. Waller, do you want to continue?
The three that was discussed that's new, will that be added, or will we make a motion direction to add those with the ones we already have?
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good question, Councilmember Nash King. Mr.
I have
Waller?
added those three to the bottom of the list.
You do have,
That-
you
correct.
added it.
Yes.
Yep, great. Great. Okay, continue, sir.
Okay, so do you want me to go through the line? I propose we just walk through them one by one, get a motion of direction as to whether council accepts each recommendation? Is that what you want me to proceed with?
What is the consensus of the council? Yeah, do you want it to do it one by one or collectively? So we,
Well, we need to
Councilmember
discuss them
Bash.
one by one, in my opinion, Mr. Mayor, whether we do it in the regular session or the work session. I defer to the attorney.
Attorney, can we get a consensus, or it has to be some motion?
It'd be more appropriate to do it now to get a motion of direction on which ones to accept, because this is on the consent agenda, so it would be approved.
Okay.
With the motion of direction in
We
place.
can get a motion direction?
Yes.
Okay.
So I can walk through each one of these. I just recommend is I walk through each one of these and get a motion of direction on each one of these proposals.
Okay, Councilmember Brown? Oh, okay.
Okay. So the first one, the first recommendation is to move regular meeting start times from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. I'm just looking for a motion on a direction as to whether or not council accepts or rejects that.
Okay, so we need a motion, can I get a motion of directing Councilmember Brown?
I would make a motion of direction to accept the recommendation.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
It was second by Councilmember Williams. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Signify by saying yes. All opposed is no. Did we vote?
I don't believe we use the voting software for the work sessions.
Say again. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I need
said
a
vote.
a vote on approving the motion.
Okay, but we don't do it in our works.
Just have everybody raise their hands. I think that'd be quickest.
So we just have
Just-
everybody raise their hand?
yes.
Okay, okay. Can you raise your hands again so we can know? All in favor signify by saying yes, by raising your right hand. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Okay, all opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-1.
Okay. So the second is the mayor may set the time for special meetings if there is no council motion specifying the time, and changes to the time of regular meetings would require approval by the majority of city council.
Okay, we need a motion direction. Councilmember Brown?
So this was a recommendation I made, and it's just to codify the process that we already use. So, for example, the council just voted in the majority to change the regular meeting start time to 5 p.m. And so to prevent that from being where a mayor can overrule on a regular meeting and just change the time, it just kind of puts that into writing. And of course, the mayor's always selected the time of a special meeting if there wasn't already a motion for that. So I would make a motion of direction to accept this proposal.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion fails. Ms. Waller?
So anything on the agenda not discussed by 11 p.m. is moved to a special meeting agenda for the following week.
Councilmember Brown?
So before I make any motion of direction, I had a question for the attorney, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wallander, you had mentioned during your presentation that this one might be difficult, particularly if we kept it on a Tuesday for the special meeting, correct?
That's correct.
So if we were to do this, would you recommend that we have a different day of the week for a special meeting?
Yes, because the Tuesday, it would have to be required to be posted by the Wednesday following. So if anything were to be moved from, like, say, tonight to next week, that agenda would have to be posted tomorrow. That'd be very difficult, especially if we have any staff outages. And if there are any holidays, then it would be impossible. So yes, a date other than Tuesday later in the week would be recommended.
Okay. May I ask Mr. Cagle a question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Cagle, if we were to indeed go that route, would there be a date or a day of the week between Wednesday and Friday that would be best for staff?
No.
Okay. And so, again, this is one that I had requested, and I'm just going to explain why very briefly. So we've had quite a few meetings where we've had to table and postpone things to future meetings, which takes an entire 2 weeks to get back to it. In the case, if it happens to be something we don't get to, something that was a bid, we run the very high probability that we end up extending that time past the deadline of that bid, which is usually only good for 30 days, if I understand correctly in talking to some of our executives. That is a concern they've had if we continue to push things off for 2 weeks at a time. In lieu of the fact that the council decided last meeting, that we don't want to go back to a weekly schedule, this would help us to keep on track and keep everything moving forward without having to have a set meeting every week. So I would make a motion of direction that we accept this proposal, but set the day of the special meeting for Thursday of the following week. Unless the other council members have a different day that works better for them.
Is there a second? A motion? No second, the motion fails. Mr. Waller?
So the next proposal is meetings will not be adjourned prior to 11 p.m. if there is still business to be discussed on the agenda unless there is an emergency.
Councilmember Brown?
Move to approve the proposal, or motion of direction to accept the proposal.
Is there a second? There a second? Motion fails.
Next proposal is return to 4 minutes for citizen comments and public hearings and set 3 minutes for comments on non-agenda items.
Councilmember Brown?
Motion of direction to accept the recommendation.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There's no second. Motion fails.
Okay.
Mr. Waller?
Next proposal is split the agenda into separate meetings, whether same day or different days. Have a call to order, agenda approval, and adjournment on the workshop and the meeting.
Councilmember Brown?
This is one of those specific citizen requested items. So with that said, I make a motion of direction to accept the recommendation.
Is there a second the motion? A second? There is no second. Motion fails. Mr.
Next
Waller?
proposal. So
Sorry,
next-
You second, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yes, I was trying to get some clarity on that last one regarding splitting the agenda into two separate meetings, whether same day or different days.
Mayor, if I may.
But
But-
council has already voted to move past that, so it's
Yeah,
okay
the
at this
motion
point.
failed. The motion failed. We are now at, which one we at, Mr. Wallander?
This is proposal number 7. It's to add invocation and the pledge to special council meetings as well as regular.
Mayor Pro Tem, that's where we're at now. Mayor Pro Tem?
Are you waiting a second?
Okay, Councilmember Bass.
I requested this. I think it's a good idea to pray before every council meeting. I appreciate the men and women who lead us in our prayers, and that helps me very much. So I make a motion of direction to add an invocation and pledge to special city council meetings, just like in the regular council meetings. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, and I concur with Bass on that. I believe.
That's a
that-
second.
Oh, second. Second it. I second it.
Okay. It was seconded by Councilmember Williams to add invocation and pledges to special council meetings. All in favor signify by raising up your hand if you're in favor of it. The motion passed 6-0.
The next proposal is either define citizen as any member of the public for purposes of city comments and participation, or rename the sections regarding citizen comment to public comment.
Councilmember Brown?
I would make a motion of direction to accept the recommendation to rename it as public comment, so it better aligns with our section of public hearing.
Is there a second? There is no second. The motion fails. Mr. Wallander?
The next proposal is remove the requirement to submit participation forms prior to meeting start for citizen comments.
Councilmember Brown?
I would like to add clarity to this one. This was a request of mine. And so I heard somewhere there was a comment or question about it, completely removing the form that people use to sign up. My proposal is not to remove the citizen participation form. We do use that for official record keeping and minutes process. So I don't think it would be a good idea to remove the requirement to fill out the form. The request is actually to remove just simply the requirement that it has to be completed prior to the beginning of the meeting. The building doesn't open until 30 minutes before. The doors don't open until 15 minutes before the meeting starts. And actually, elsewhere in our governing standards, it says that you have to complete the form either prior to or after speaking. So having this provision where it says you have to turn it in prior to the meeting start is contradictory to other sections of our governing standards. So I would make a motion of direction to accept the proposal.
Is there a second? There
I
is
can
no
second that.
Who was second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I can second that.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor signify by raising up your hand. If you're in favor. So that is 4 to, all opposed? Okay. The motion passed from 4 to 2.
Okay. The next proposal is to set procedure for council investigations. Now, there was no procedure that was recommended. It was just the recommendation to add the procedures.
Councilmember Brown.
During another meeting, there was a consensus that this should be something that we add to our governing standards. I just don't think that today is the appropriate time to discuss what those procedures would be. So I would make a motion of direction to accept the recommendation, but bring the actual process of setting that procedure back at a later time.
So, you made a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Councilmember Naskin, did you?
I didn't say, she
Okay.
spoke out of turn. I didn't say anything. I wanted some clarity on that motion of direction, Mr. Mayor. Are we requesting the council to go and come up with something to bring back to us? Or are we, Mr. Mayor, we tabling this and put it on another agenda where we have more time for the council, since it's our governor standards and expectation, that we come up with the procedures or steps on how we would like to conduct this investigation, and the investigation on who is going to be conducted on, the investigation on what are the criterias for this investigation. I just need that clarity on this motion
Council-
of direction, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Brown, could you
Yeah.
repeat that motion?
Yes, and so to answer the councilwoman's question,
I wanted you to repeat that motion.
Sure. So the motion of direction was to accept the proposal and to bring it back at a later time for the council to discuss further.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I can
You
second that.
second it. You second it, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
apologize.
Beverly
There was
Williams,
discussion.
Councilmember Williams, I believe, already seconded.
Yes, she seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying, raise your hand. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? Motion passed 6-0.
The next proposal is remove the authority of the mayor to remove citizens from the premises.
Councilmember Brown.
The charter and law do allow the mayor the right and the responsibility of removing citizens from the council meeting, but not from the premises. Historically, prior to this amendment, citizens can be ejected from the meeting, but are still allowed access to the public area outside of this chamber, whether that's inside where they're protected from the weather, or even out in the parking lot, which is still public property belonging to the city. So I would make a motion of direction to accept the recommendation that would still allow the mayor to have a citizen removed from the meeting, but not from the actual premises of City Hall, which is the citizen's property anyway.
Is there a second? Is there a second? No second. Motion fails.
The next proposal clarified that staff presentations are not required for consent agenda items unless a council member requests that an item be pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion.
Councilmember Best?
Yes, I made this proposal, Mayor. I appreciate City Manager Cagle stating to the council the exact definition of a consent agenda, and I hope we, the council, will begin doing the consent agenda as it's supposed to be done. It still gives council members the power to pull an item off of the consent agenda for presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Is there, so you made the motion?
I'm sorry, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion of direction to proceed on this proposal.
The second, Councilmember Brown? Your second?
I'm next. I clicked to
Councilmember
speak.
Nash King?
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I will second that motion of direction, but I would like to say something with it.
Yes, we open for
Thank you,
discussion.
Mr. Mayor. I will second the motion of direction. And, Mr. Mayor, this is directed to Mr. Bass, but I will say it to you. I agree with the council member because as leaders, as a council member, Mr. Mayor stated, Kendrick, it is our responsibility prior to coming to this meeting to study our package that the staff has graciously put in the time and effort to give it to us according to the governor's standards and expectation the council put in place, which really giving them a rush job, but they do it with a smile. And so when we come in here, it is our responsibility to answer our constituents by already sending out emails or doing podcasts or having a town hall meeting on certain hot items or all items and gather that information and bring it back when we get in the discussion phase, when we get on these items, because they have the right, as Mr. Mayor, as Councilmember Bass stated, to pull the item. So I second that motion. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Councilmember Nash King. Councilmember Brown, we're in discussion.
I will tell you that I actually walked into this meeting supporting this proposal. And then we started the work session, and I don't know that I support this proposal anymore because two separate council members requested to discuss during this work session two different items from consent agenda. And we were denied based on a consensus of the individuals on the rest of the council, which does not make it a consent agenda. If you have a council member opposed to it, that is no longer consent. So I would only support it with the caveat that there is an amendment, which I will make an amendment to the motion of direction, that it only takes a single council member to pull an item off of consent.
City Attorney, we've already motioned it was second. She can make that amendment? at this
Yes, you make a
time?
motion to amend. It hasn't been voted on. The motion of direction has not been voted on yet.
All right. Okay, there is a motion to amend. Is there a second for that? Mayor
Second
Pro
that.
Tem, you second? Mayor Pro Tem second?
Yes,
All
sir.
in favor? Signify by saying yes on the amendment. All opposed? It's a tie. Oh, I'll raise my hand for the pose. Let the record show I will oppose. Okay,
So that was just the amendment failed. The original motion of direction still stands.
yes. Okay, so we were still in that discussion, so now we can go back to that.
Correct.
Okay, All in favor? Yes, yes. Councilmember Bass.
To clarify that from the point of view of the citizens, these presentations are posted publicly. Am I correct, Assistant City Manager? So these presentations are posted publicly along with the agenda before our meetings. So every citizen can go and look at the presentations. They don't have to wait to hear them in public. They can read them before the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any more discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor signify by raising your hand. If you're in favor. Okay, all opposed? It's a tie again? Okay, I'm in favor.
So the next proposal, and I believe I got this, this is one that was just brought up, would be to designate one or more executive staff members that city council shall direct all communications towards?
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
I apologize for the misunderstanding. Can I clarify, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion of direction was that council send their email requests, I'm talking about things that requesting items, not stuff about a pothole or things of that nature. Staff is educated and smart enough to know the difference. That would, information that the whole council should have when requesting to one person in the city that Mr. Cagle appoint. It could be the city secretary, it can be the assistant, whichever way the city manager see fit for us to send our emails to that staff member. And the reply will come back if it's for information he feels deems necessary that the whole council should know. And if not, if it's just for that individual, it just goes back to that individual and not the whole staff. Instead of, the reason I said that, because council receive emails that I really don't even think why we added onto it. But some of the emails that individuals, more than one council member, including myself, has requested information that I think may be valid for everyone. But in this case, let Mr. Cagle, his office, one person there receive it. He sends it to the department head, since the charters say they answer to him, and the answer comes back. He sent it either directly to the council member, if it's not for information the whole council should know, or if it is, he feel, we all receive the same information. Because if not, what ends up happening, each one of us will send staff an email, but they have a responsibility and job to do other than to answer our questions. So we get one location, and that goes through Mr. Cagle's office, and he will send it back out.
Okay. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor, to Madam Nash King's point, I just have a couple of questions, and I understand what you're saying now. Thank you again for that clarity
Mr. Mayor,
about
point of
moving.
order. Mr. Mayor, there's a motion of direction on the floor without a second, and we cannot go into discussion until
That
we
was a
have a
motion
second.
of direct.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one. Second.
I second.
It was second by Councilmember Bass. Mayor Pro.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that Ms. Councilmember Nash King. Mr. Mayor, I just had a question for clarity on that statement that was made. And so I do understand the importance because sometimes there is information definitely that should go out to the entire council because some of us tend to ask some of the same questions. My only question is to this process when we are in communication with a specific staff member, who determines whether or not that email goes to that centralized source? Or because I always copy the city manager, assistant city manager on everything that I send to their directors so that they're in the loop. So my question is, I understand the first part of that and how the city manager can determine what messages go out to council. But on the flip side of that, if someone is messaging that starts off one way with a director, who then determines when that email should go back to the city manager's point of contact to make sure that all council is notified?
Okay, Mr. Cagle?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. My direction to all the department heads has been when you get a council member inquiry, get the answer, send it to the city manager's office, and we'll disperse it to everybody. So if someone has been answering directly to council members, I would like to know about it.
I'm not familiar with that, but thank you for that clarity.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
I'm going to go out on a couple things here. One, the charter specifically says, except for the purpose of inquiry, the council and its members shall deal with the administrative service solely through the city manager. So the charter says, unless it's an inquiry, which would mean that if it's an inquiry, we do not necessarily go directly through the city manager. That's number one, first and foremost. Second of all, I don't think that we should be dictating workload to staff members and saying that we're going to dictate a staff member have to be a central point of contact for all emails from the council. To Councilwoman Nash's points, there are a lot of emails that come through to a lot of different individuals. And so to make one person responsible for that, I think that would have to be almost a full-time position if they're going to have to be one central point for every email from the entire council. And further, I don't know that every little email or question has to be directed to the city manager. If it's an inquiry, I'm asking, when are you available? I don't know that that has to be sent back to the city manager's office. I think that would become micromanaging when we say every little thing has to go back to the city manager or every little thing has to go back to the council. I think that is, we hire executives for these departments because we trust them to know their job and to do their job and to be able to disperse the information to whom it needs to be dispersed to. Just like the council doesn't want to be micromanagers, our city manager or assistant city manager shouldn't be micromanaging. And I think there are some situations where there's communication that happens between a council member and an executive that is between that council member and that executive. So I can't tell you how strongly I disagree with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I want to clarify once again. It's requested information that Mr. Cagle, since he's going to receive them anyway, deemed necessary that the whole council should receive. It's just that simple. It goes to Mr. Cagle because he's going to receive it anyway. He just stated from his department head. So it just keep everything in one place. It just hypothetically, a director is on a project for Mr. Cagle or the assistant city manager acting in the place of Mr. Cagle, and that person is so tied up they missed that email. So just send it to one central location. And you don't have to worry about they miss an email. They don't have to answer to anyone because, hey, Mr. Cagle is going to take care of it, or the acting city manager, which they do fall if we're going by charter. Executive director, staff, all of them belong to Mr. Cagle anyway. Council only have 3 people fall up under them: the city manager, the judge, and the auditor. And it goes back to the beginning. We need to get in our lane and let them executive directors do their job and hear one voice, and that's coming from Mr. Cagle. And that's all I said. I want to make clear the little bitty things that amounts to, it, I don't care about that. It's the things that the city manager, the overseer of the city, and we oversee him, deem necessary that this whole entire council should know. And we won't have to keep wearing executive and getting he say, she say, and we can just get it all at one time. That's all I want to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing, I have nothing further, sir, at this time. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? What, oh, shit, okay. Councilmember Brown.
Question for clarity. So is the intent of this addition to be that the city manager, if copied to an email, would make the determination of the city manager feels like it is something that the entire council should know and then be responsible for dispersing it? Because if that is the intention, I think we need to reword how it's phrased before putting it in there. Otherwise, it sounds like the intention is to put extra work on one person, and honestly, that is more than likely going to boil down to either Ms. Dunbar or the city secretary. Once they come on board, would that not probably be who it would be, Mr. Cagle?
Mr. Cagle.
Yes, ma'am. As I said, we're already doing this. We're following Section 11110 of your document. As a general courtesy and to maintain equality in the disbursement of information, documentation, or data requested by a council member from staff shall be provided to all members of the city council. I'm doing that now.
And I understand, and I have already stated that, Mr. Cagle. I started out supporting the fact that the city manager's office already is on top of doing that and very consistently, especially when it is something of interest to the entire council. And I do appreciate that y'all are doing that. But with that already being in the governing standards, I don't know why we have just spent 25 minutes talking about this since it's already there.
Councilmember Kendricks.
Assistant City Attorney. Is it too late for me to make, I want to make a motion to the,
Amendment.
to the,
You would like to make an amendment
not to nothing that you're talking about. I want to make my own motion.
because
also.
we're in the discussion.
Okay, well, I'll wait. That's what I
Okay.
was asking you
Yes,
about.
sir.
I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Kendricks. Okay, Councilmember Nash King?
Oh, no, I just want to get this.
Okay. If there's no discussion, all in favor of the motion, and Council, City Attorney, if you would please repeat that motion again so for clarity, since we had such a long discussion.
The motion of direction was that, again, I'm trying to write this down best I can, that council shall send all requests for information to a single email and a single person, and that any responses that are deemed to be sent to all of council shall be sent to all of council in a respond email.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nash King?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry for just dragging this on, but I don't like when my words are twisted. What I said clearly 3 times, I do understand the governor's standards and expectations. Basically, what I'm saying, quit sending emails, if I can be direct, Mr. Mayor, to the executive directors and send it straight to the city manager. This is what I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, who the council is responsible for. And Mr. Cagle will send it to the directors. That is what I stated. So let's just cut another employee having to work and all that. Mr. Cagle doing it anyway. That's one thing in the charter. But I'm saying council, for our governor's standards and expectations, totally different. That we send our email if we want anything from executive directors to who we're responsible for is Mr. Cagle. And Mr. Cagle, he can send it to them, get the answer, and send it back. It's just that simple. Thank you. And
Thank you,
whenever we're
Councilmember.
ready to vote, I'm ready.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. All in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Mayor Pro Tem? Is that a yes or no? I think you are in favor. Can I see your hands again, please? Okay, all opposed? So the motion passes 4-2.
So the next proposal, and there was some discussion after this, I wrote it down, but what I've got written down is that city council shall not attend any staff meetings, or if that was directed especially at executive staff.
Yes, sir, I said that a council member should not be attending staff meetings that is conducted by Mr. Cagle or executive director meetings when the executive director is talking to his or her staff only. Not that a council member cannot talk to an executive director for a citizen or a developer or builder. That, they can do it on their own, I don't care. But when it comes to Mr. Cagle holding his meeting with his executive directors that he's responsible for, we shouldn't be in it. And the executive directors getting their managers or their team together just to do mentorship or just talk what we're going to do this week, council should not be included in it.
Councilmember Nash King, would you put that in the motion?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like a motion of direction for our governor's standards and expectations that council shall not attend any meetings that is conducted by the executive, Mr. City Manager or Assistant City Manager in the absence of the city manager, executive director meetings, or council shall not attend executive directors meetings with their managers, assistant managers, or staff.
Okay, is there a second?
I second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilmember Bass. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by raising up your hand. All opposed? The motion passes 5-1.
Then the final proposal I have is that there should be a structured process for quarterly meetings between the city council and planning and zoning commission.
Councilmember Brown.
I make a motion of direction to approve the proposal.
Is there a second?
Second, I clicked on there, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. It was second by Councilmember Nash King. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. In favor? All opposed? Motion passed 6-0.
And that's all I have. I bring it back at the next one for a resolution to adopt these.
Thank you so much, sir. Councilmember Kendricks?
This is what I was trying to do before. I wanted to make, dealing with what we was just talking about, governance standards. I want to make this motion on, so that we keep these meetings going and the meetings are effective. My motion of direction would be that each council member be limited to 2 opportunities to speak on each agenda item, with each opportunity limited to 2 minutes. No additional opportunities shall be permitted once a member has used both opportunities.
That is a motion of direction. Can I get a second? Councilmember Nash King.
I second the motion of direction.
A second by Councilmember Nash King. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Brown.
I will just say that our governing standards already have limitations on discussion on items that are not broken down like this. Again, the only reason why we're having a discussion this way on governing standards is because traditionally we suspend those rules, but there are already limitations for both the workshop and the meeting on the number of times you can discuss an item, the amount of time you have to discuss it, and just even tonight, the number of times that the monitor has beeped because council members have gone over 3 minutes and gotten the extra minute tells me, especially when it's something important, we shouldn't be cutting that time essentially in half.
Councilmember Kendricks.
My whole purpose of this motion of direction was to reduce repetitive debates while still allowing members to present their viewpoints and respond. It also helps the council to complete its agenda in a timely manner while maintaining transparency and fairness to all members of the council.
Councilmember Nash King.
Yes, sir. I'd just like some clarity also, Mr. Mayor, why I second that motion. From my understanding, and Mr. Mayor, and please allow Mr. Kendrick to intervene, sir, on this, if it's your choice, that
Yes, you may.
when we having our regular meetings, that is what I got from what he meant. That instead of us doing 3 times and having 3 minutes, he's saying, no, we talking too much. We should know our package. That's what I got from it, and I'm guilty of going over that time too. And I agree that it should be 2 minutes, it should be twice, and I think Mr. Best said it best. If you didn't study the package and you're not prepared, or you haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with people, I mean, then that's on a council member. So that's why I second that motion. And also, it was stated by our Assistant City Manager that these discussions that we're having now, it is known, just like any other thing, that charter or governor standards and expectations, that we will have an open, free conversation about just these 2 items. And if I need to put that in a motion of direction, to make sure that that's in black and white, that when we're discussing the governor's standards and expectations or the charter amendments, the council should speak freely. There would not be a time limit, but we have always done it this way, where we don't have time limits on the charter or the governor's standards and expectations when we're having detailed conversations like that. That is why I second that motion. And it will free up time for us to really pay attention and also study our package prior to getting here, instead of asking questions to staff trying to figure out what the package was. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, sir, I removed my hand. I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kendricks.
Last on this, basically, like I said, the purpose is to give each council member equal opportunity to speak on things. Some council members don't want to speak on certain items, and that is cool. But sometimes, I will say for myself, you get overwhelmed, and when you want to speak, other council members are chiming in back to back, and you don't get recognized to speak when you want to speak. So it will give us all equal opportunity. And on that, it promotes efficient and focused meetings. Because when these meetings go so long, I've already heard the citizens say, I'm disconnected. I don't want to be there anymore. And so for citizens to say that when we have meetings going so long, we have to find a way within ourselves to limit what we're saying And the basic concept of what we're saying, just like Councilman Member Bass said, we need to study the packet. So it's basic what I say, don't drop your books and lose your lesson. So we just need to understand that this is what we have to do for the citizens, instead of being repetitive, going round and round on these items. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney?
So I just wanted to seek some clarity on that motion of direction. So currently, the governing standards provide that during work sessions, every council member may have 2 opportunities of 5 minutes each for items not on the consent agenda, 1 opportunity for 3 minutes for consent items, and then 3 opportunities of 3 minutes each during the regular meeting. I just didn't clear about what your direction was as far as the 2 times at 2 minutes each. Was that just applying to one of those, or is that going to be a blanket for all 3 of those instances?
Well, I would say the work session along with the regular meeting.
Okay, so 2 times at 2 minutes apiece across the board on every item.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no more discussion, then all in favor signify by raising of your hand. You're in favor of the motion? Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, 3. All opposed? It's 3-3. Let the record show the mayor is in favor.
If there are no other motions, that is all I have.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Wallen, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Thank you.
Yes. We're going to take a break, 10-minute break. Thank you.
Say we ready and I get them.
Are we ready?
You gotta say it so they can hear your voice.
Council, we are ready?
Man, they're not even back here. Oh, they're gonna run. We don't need before the start.
Yes. I'm asking all council, take their seats, please. All council members.
I'm here. We got 4, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Brown. No, I said we got 4.
Call this meeting back to order. Madam Secretary, item number 9.
OR 26012, consider an ordinance submitted by Vincent Gerard and Associates on behalf of First Assembly of God, Inc., case number Z26-10, for a conditional use permit, CUP, to allow for the installation of a wireless telecommunication tower on property zone B3, local business district, being approximately 2.0 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, McClurkin Addition. The subject property is locally addressed as 7432 East Tremere Road, Killeen, Texas, and requires 3/4 majority vote for approval.
Good afternoon, Ms. Messer.
Good afternoon. This item is, this presentation is the same presentation that was given to you at your last meeting. Is this thing on? I apologize. Looks like this isn't working. There we go. There we go. I apologize. The applicant's request is to rezone the property locally addressed as 7432 East Tremere Road from B3 to B3 with a conditional use permit to allow a communications tower, a monopole, an 80-foot 85-foot monopole wireless telecommunications tower. The proposed facility is intended to improve wireless service coverage in the southeastern portion of Killeen. It is designed to accommodate multiple carriers and will include associated ground equipment. Red star indicates the location of that property. This is an aerial of the site. This is a view of the subject property from East Tremere. View looking south toward Chaparral Road. View looking north toward Stagecoach. This is an aerial showing the subject property and the surrounding area. And this is the conditional use permit site plan that was submitted by the applicant, showing the location of the tower on the site. You can see the property is currently zoned B3. It's located within the controlled growth sector on the growth sector map and designated campus on the future land use map. We notified the owners of 44 surrounding properties regarding this request. We've received 12 responses in opposition, including 5 from property owners within the 200-foot buffer, 6 from property owners within the 400-foot buffer, and 1 from a property owner outside the 400-foot buffer. The red stars on this map indicate those property owners in objection. Killeen Code of Ordinances, Section 31603 states that approval of a conditional use permit for a wireless telecommunications tower requires a 3/4 majority vote. Accordingly, approval of this request will require a minimum of 6 affirmative votes. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request for the conditional use permit to allow the installation of a wireless telecommunications tower on property zone B3 with a number of conditions. The first, that the project will substantially comply with the site plan. Second, that the project will comply with the requirements for co-location, screening, lighting, and site development per section 31604, 606, and 609 prior to issuance of a C of O. Parking areas and drive aisles will be constructed with an all-weather surface in accordance with section 31487. That the site design will maximize use of the existing trees and vegetation, and landscape screening will be installed and maintained per section 31609. That the applicant will construct a public sidewalk along the street frontage to connect the existing sidewalks. That permits will expire if not constructed within 6 months, not put into the permitted use within 120 days after construction, or discontinued for more than 6 consecutive months unless extended. And that the permittee will notify the director of changes in ownership or operation of the tower within 30 days. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 5 to 2 on May 11th, with the condition, an additional condition requiring the tower to be camouflaged as a tree. Commissioners Sabri and Moss voted in opposition to the motion and stated that they concurred with the residents that there is no need for a tower in this location. So these are some examples of what a camouflaged cell phone tower could look like if the council did wish to include that condition in your motion. This is an example of a similarly camouflaged tree in downtown, and other examples as well. So at the last meeting, this item was postponed because there was one council member absent. There's a council member absent tonight, so the applicant is actually requested that this item be postponed, not to the next meeting, but the meeting after that, the August 4th meeting.
Okay,
Happy to answer any questions.
thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Bass.
As I spoke when this first came up, I am in favor of approving this request. I drove out there, looked at it through the eyes of a signal officer. That is hilly terrain, I have no doubt. There are dead spots out there. There is development happening out there. The residents need cell phone coverage, and this tower will remedy those dead spot issues. The church owns the land. Planning and zoning recommended approval. I talked to the pastor. The pastor told me the church will be paid $700 a month to have this tower on their property. That's a good thing for the church. I also drove around the neighborhood, looked at it from the perspective of the residents who opposed it, and I understand why they oppose it. They don't want to sit on their patio at night, where that now they look at stars, and now when this tower is built, if it's built, they'll see a tower with, I assume, red lights on it. And in the daytime, they can see blue sky and trees, and now they'll see blue sky, trees, and a cell tower. So I understand why they're opposed, but I'm in favor of development. I'm in favor of property rights, and I'm in favor of allowing the church to build this cell tower. However, we're back in the same situation, which is we need a 6-0 vote. We have 6 council members present, and so if even one council member opposes, then it will fail. So that's my thoughts on the subject. Thank you.
Councilmember Nashke?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Mr. Mayor, I don't have any comments because I guess we're at the point, the applicant want to table it, and it's up to him or her to do that. So if they don't want to discuss it tonight, what's the procedure so we can move forward? Because it's coming back to us to get into a lengthy discussion.
Yes, ma'am, we want to get there, but y'all had
I was
signaled.
just trying to ask Ms. Mesher.
Yes. Yes, ma'am, Ms.
I
Messer.
believe the appropriate thing to do would be during your regular meeting to make a motion to postpone to August 4th.
Thank you. I didn't know what date or month, but I know we needed that to make the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Mesher.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Williams?
I'm in agreement with it as well. I remember when they brought it to the council the last time, and I was in total agreement with it then. I'm aware of the pastor in the area they're talking about. I also went out to look at it, and yes, I'm in favor of them putting it up. It's all right.
Okay, so from here, he's requesting to, for August schedule.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, he's made it known to me that he's unavailable at the July 21st meeting, so his request is for the August 4th meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
There's no other questions for you. Thank you. Councilmember Nashke?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, since we did do that, just for clarity for new residents and people looking, that when we get to that item to vote on, we will, whoever make the motion will pull that item, and because it will be tabled for August the 4th meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Nashke, thank you for that. All right. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, just making sure I don't want to miss you. Mayor Pro Tem, are you on? Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move forward. Now is the time for citizen comments. That's in the, I'm sorry, yeah, number 10, Madam Secretary, next item.
For citizens' comments?
Number 10. PH 26 020.
PH 26020, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the corporate city limits of the city of Killeen, Bell County, Texas, DA 26-01, by disannexing approximately 25.60 acres out of G.W. Allison Survey abstract number 52, and R.A. McGee survey, abstract number 651. The subject properties are generally located along Fort Hood Street, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Messer.
Mayor and council, this item is a petition for disannexation for approximately 25.6 acres. On May 8th, staff received a petition for disannexation submitted by Tim Pearson of Cobb and Johns on behalf of Stanley Seacrest for the disannexation of 4 tracts totaling approximately 25.6 acres, generally located on the west side of South Fort Hood Street. The red star on your screen indicates the location of that property. This is an exhibit showing the boundary of the property for which disannexation is requested. This is an aerial of the property. These subject properties were annexed into the city of Killeen through involuntary annexation on January 28, 2008 via ordinance number 07-111. As required by Chapter 43 of the Local Government Code, the annexation ordinance included a service plan detailing the provision of municipal services. In his petition for disannexation, Mr. Seacrest asserts that the city failed to complete the service plan improvements to provide services to the property. Section 43.056G of the Local Government Code states that if the annexed area has a lower level of service, infrastructure, and maintenance than that within the corporate boundaries of the municipality before annexation, a service plan must provide the annexed area with a level of service, infrastructure, and maintenance that is comparable to other parts of the municipality with similar topography, land use, and population density. Property is located within the West Bell County Water Supply Corporation, CCN, and currently has water service via 6-inch water distribution main belonging to West Bell. To provide wastewater service to the property, a sewer main would need to be extended down South Fort Hood Street. The 2007 annexation service plan permits the use of an on-site sewage system or septic system. Subject properties, again, consist of approximately 25.6 acres of developed and undeveloped land. The character of the surrounding area is a mix of commercial, rural, and low residential density. Significant undeveloped acreage remains within the vicinity, indicating development potential, which do not have access to all city utilities and are served by well and/or septic systems. Therefore, the subject property currently has access to a level of service, infrastructure, and maintenance that is comparable to other parts of the municipality with similar topographic land use and population density in accordance with state law. The 2007 annexation service plan outlined several water and wastewater capital projects that were planned for the area. However, the plan also provided that the city of Killeen finds and determines it to be unnecessary to immediately acquire or construct any currently scheduled capital improvements. The 2007 annexation service plan states the following. As property in the annexation area is developed, property owners will be required to extend necessary utilities to support their development in accordance with the Code of Ordinances and Public Works Department practices as may be amended. Nothing in the plan shall require the city to provide a uniform level of municipal services to annexed areas if population density is sufficiently distinct to justify a different level of service. So with that, staff finds that the city of Killeen has met all legal obligations to provide service to the property in accordance with the annexation service plan and Chapter 43 of the Local Government Code. We are therefore recommending disapproval of the applicant's petition for disannexation. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Nashkin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So I guess my question is, the council, Mrs. Messer, the city disapproved this because based on providing him the services, that we meet that requirement.
We are required to bring the petition for disannexation forward to the council for council action.
Right, and you disagree with him on it because.
We're recommending disapproval.
Right,
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am. And it's based on services from his perspective. Did I understand that correctly? Or
Yes,
did I
ma'am.
read that correctly? I
Yes,
could be
ma'am.
wrong. Okay,
His petition alleges that we failed to provide services in accordance with the annexation service plan.
okay, good. We both on the same sheet of music. And Mr. Cagle, feel free, legal, feel free, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, because I'm going deep in. Is that okay?
Yes, yeah, Ms. Gagel.
Okay, thank you.
It's Tom.
Thank you. So I guess my question is this, and this is only for the city. I'm not an expert in this, and this is in your field. Say he didn't ask for services. Say he just say, I just want to de-annex. Would you approve that?
Likely, staff would not recommend approval of that disannexation from the standpoint that having this property inside the city limits does give the city additional control in terms of land use and code enforcement and those types of reasons.
So that's good for us to know that, right? I know that, but I think it's good that everybody should know that because we do meet that need. And the petition is that he's limited to what he can do. And correct me if I'm wrong, county cannot de-annex him, can they? Can they do any zoning whatsoever?
There is no zoning or land use regulation in the county. So the only mechanism by which we can control the land use is if it stays inside the city limits. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So that's what I wanted you to say. If you don't mind, could you say it one more time, why the city is really against this? Because control, code enforcement. Could you say that just one more time for staff?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
residents?
The city's position is that if the property remains inside the city limits, that we have additional control over land use and development regulations, as well as have the ability to exercise code enforcement action on the property should we need to. Again, all of that is contingent on it remaining within the city limits.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
But I gotta have public hearing, so I just want some clarity on that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Bass.
I'm opposed to disannexing this property. It's right here in the footprint of the city, within city limits. This is my question. If we disannexed this property, the owner could sell it to someone. That person could do anything they wanted to with that property, is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Essentially. They could build a data center on that property, correct?
Yes, subject to availability of infrastructure, yes.
Right, because counties, right now, my understanding, cannot disapprove data centers on county land, from what I'm reading and what I'm talking to people about. So if we as the city disannexed that land, and this property owner sold that land, we'd have no control who bought it, we'd have no control of what was built on that land, and no control of how that land was used. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Again, sir, I'm okay at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Ms. Messer, this is currently 195 salvage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not in the University District, it's not in the Cemetery District,
No, it's currently zoned a combination of B3 and A agricultural.
and that's based on what it was annexed in as?
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. It's been zoned that way as long as I was able to find.
Right, and I looked through, I was unable to find any ordinances other than the initial annexation ordinance that zoned it any differently. There's never been another request on that property as far as zoning is concerned that I can find.
I hesitate only because typically when property is annexed, it comes in as ag, and the fact that it's B3, it
Yeah.
may have at some point been rezoned from ag to B3.
So I can tell you that in looking back at historical documents, the 08 annexation was a forcible annexation. We annexed so much essentially at the same time that property owners have told me, even in the donut hole, that they were given the option when they came in to be zoned commercial, residential, or ag. And so at that time, anything zoned residential just came in as R1, anything commercial just came in as B3, and then, of course, anything ag would have come in as ag. And I ask all that to say, so currently, the owner of this property is legal non-conforming, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I want to be fully transparent with everybody and disclose the fact that I have spoken with the owner prior to this to get some information from them about why they wanted to disannex from the city. And essentially, that's coming because at this point, like any other legal non-conforming property, should something happen to their property, they would be unable to sell it, they would be unable to build on it, they would be unable to rebuild. Getting permits to build any other structures on the property that go along with that business are not approvable right now, correct?
Currently, the legal non-conforming land use can't be expanded. That's right.
Okay, and I say all that because in my discussion with the property owner, well, ultimately, yes, their request is to disannex, and I think that would be their preferable method of going about this. They would also be, I'm sure they'll confirm it when we get into public hearing, but they would be also amenable to the option of staying within the city limits and then just doing a zoning to make them compliant, which I know that Monday at Planning and Zoning, there are 2 city-initiated requests for that same reason, to bring legal non-conforming into compliance with land use, correct?
We have, over the last 2 or 3 years, had an initiative whereby we are proactively rezoning properties that are residential and commercial, and in conformance with the future land use map to make them conforming. This particular location, if we were to rezone it, would not be in keeping with the future land use map.
We've changed the flume before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I do remember when we did the comp plan, initially it was requested that that 195 corridor be for industrial and manufacturing anyway. So to zone it in M2 for me, especially because it's already legal non-conforming, wouldn't be a big stretch. Across the street from it, essentially across the street, we have our transfer station anyhow. So that. And I don't think we had intended on filling the 195 corridor with just residential housing on the front edge. I don't think that's the best option for that route. So I am hesitant to say that I support disannexation in this instance, but I would support a city-initiated zoning request and flume request if we have to, in order to bring it into legal compliance so that they can continue to operate their family business that they've ran for decades now. It's still, may I have one more moment from the council?
Also?
Thank you. So with that regard, the city would still have that control and still be able to make sure that it meets all of the conditions of an M2 zoning, that the screening is there, that all of the utility usage is there, that they're keeping up with all the stuff that we need them to do to stay within the city. But if we're not going to support allowing them to operate, I don't see how we can say in one motion that we're supporting property owner rights by approving them to have a cell phone tower, but in the next conversation saying that we disapprove of the property owner rights to continue to run a family business that they have ran for decades prior to. So if we are not able to do the zoning, then I would have to support the disannexation. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ms. Mesher, is the client grandfathered in?
I think what you're asking is the current use considered legal non-conforming?
Right,
And the answer to that is yes.
because if he's not in accordance,
So his
has-
existing land use is grandfathered, but
Okay.
he cannot expand or enlarge
Okay.
the current footprint, which is to say that the footprint of the existing salvage yard is, quote, grandfathered.
Right.
But it cannot be expanded or enlarged or added onto.
Okay. And the reason I said that, I asked that question, which I knew the answer, because if he's not in accordance, and I'm not being funny in any kind of way, that means he has to be grandfathered in, and I said it incorrectly. Maybe, but, right, it's the gist. That is my concern right there. I agree, I don't want a data center. I agree with Mr. Bass, and I don't know how we can fix this in a way where he can sell it and not be penalized with that. I don't want a data center. I don't know how do we meet common grounds, because it is his property. And for me, my daughter, my only child, and her kids, and well, a guy gonna be in there. I'm gonna have a grandson. I'm giving an example. I can understand protecting the rights that the citizens, but I also can understand that the residents have spoken about data centers and things of that nature. And if we lose control, we were not listening to what they were saying. Control. That's all they want us to do, control what is put within our city limits. But on the flip side, how do we meet halfway where he can do the upkeep, so what, and we may not be, I'm not even sure, but I think this deserves more discussion when I'm just locked in and I cannot do anything. There's no compromise in any kind of way. But also, as Mr. Bass stated, and the residents have spoken loudly, we do not want a data center. But at the same time, I understand. So, is there, I don't do got you. I know you weren't prepared for that, but it's a lot of information unfold. So I'm not asking for an answer right now, because that would be unfair of me. But if there's not a way to meet halfway, or if there is a way, do we need more time, or no, we just cannot do it?
So to Councilwoman Brown's point, the property could theoretically be rezoned to a zoning district that would allow him to be conforming with the zoning, and which would also allow him to expand his business and would still give the city some land use control, though M2 is the least restrictive zoning district that we have, so it essentially allows most every use.
That's my concern. The data center, that right there.
M2 would certainly allow a data center.
When you do that rezoning, and I know I'm going the long way around, and I'm not for a data center, and that's why I can understand why the city made that decision not to de-annex, because we do not ever want to lose control.
Are you going to request one?
No, so I'm trying to practice what we just put in place, 2 times 2 minutes.
All right. Time's up. Councilmember Bass?
The owner called me, and we had a great conversation. The owner told me his concern is he appreciates being grandfathered in, being approved for legal nonconforming, but he's uncomfortable with that in the long term because it is a family business. And so I told him, and what he told me is his business is a vehicle recycling business. And then I believe I heard somebody say it's a salvage business. The name of it is 195 Salvage. When I was a little kid, we called them junkyards. That's not a kind word to use for this gentleman's business, so let's stick with vehicle recycling. And my understanding is he performs a service to the city. Is it correct that he provides towing services for our city?
I believe that's correct, but I'm not
Yes,
positive.
I believe that this business person provides services, very good services to the city. I've driven out there. He makes a great effort to make his property look really nice, have a nice fence around it. It's always in order out there. And so the bottom line is I'm in favor of rezoning that area, even though I know it does not fit our long-range plan to have salvage operations within the city limits. But for the sake of this businessman and his many years of having this business and his services to the city, I would like to rezone it because we don't lose control just because we rezone it. P&Z still has control about what happens over there, and we have control as a city council. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Mesher, when we're talking about, potentially rezoning, first of all, I concur with all of my colleagues at this point, but when we're talking about rezoning versus, I believe there was a mention of a conditional use permit for him to be able to expand his business, which seems to be ultimately what that challenge was for him. What does that look like? I mean, is it conditional use an option versus rezoning, or does one require the other?
Certainly, a conditional use permit is an option. So if we were to look for the zoning district that would allow the existing business by right, it would probably be M2, but of course, the zoning runs with the land, so if this business were at some point to go away, a new property owner could come in and they would have the ability to develop by right essentially anything that's allowed in M2, including a data center. If we did a conditional use permit, it would allow for the salvage business and would not open it up to other uses that are otherwise permitted in M2. So conceivably,
okay, thank you.
we could do a rezoning to, say, B5 with a conditional use permit, or B4 with a conditional use permit to allow the salvage business, and that would not open it up to the myriad of other uses that we might not want in that location.
So to the concerns of Ms. Nash King and then also Councilmember Brown and Bass, that seems like she asked where the happy medium was. To me, that seems like that would be it. That still gives the constituent the opportunity to expand his business, but it provides us the protection that you just laid out before us. So I would be in favor of that if that's going to help our constituent still be able to expand and grow his family business and not limit him in that respect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
So I want to apologize to the owner because I misidentified the name of the business, which I believe is 195 Used Auto Parts, and not Salvage. So I apologize for renaming his business from the dais. Two questions on that, though. One, if the city were to bring forward and the council were to approve a conditional use permit, does that follow the owner or the business?
Depends on how the conditional use permit is written. Typically, it runs with the property.
Okay, and the reason for that concern, so again, this is a family-run business. The concern would be that if it was something just temporary that stays with the property owner, then God forbid something happens to the owner, the patriarch of the family, the ability to transfer that property to his children would be important. And that's why I'm not comfortable keeping it as legal non-conforming, because that legally prevents them from being able to transfer that business as a business or to sell that business as a business.
No, legal non-conforming uses run with the property, regardless of changes in ownership.
Okay, I believe then that the property owner might have been misunderstanding that, because they were under the understanding that they couldn't sell 195 Used Auto Parts as a salvage yard and use auto part sales if
the existing legal non-conforming land use can continue if the property is sold. The only thing that can't happen is that it can't expand.
So still can't expand, he still can't rebuild there if something were to happen to the
Correct.
property. So again, I'm still not comfortable leaving it legal non-conforming. That's why we've changed so many of them within the city limits already. And then I may be mistaken then, because I believe when the data center came up in the past, we were told that we don't have any zoning that would allow a data center by rights, which is why we were proposing a CUP for that.
The use category of a data center is not explicitly listed in the code, but M2 is the least restrictive zoning district and essentially allows all heavy manufacturing types of uses, so would logically include data centers as a permitted use.
So under that regard, under the conditional use permit, though, we've talked about the reason for using that is even though it may be appropriate within a zoning district, but due to location, function, or operation, could have a harmful impact on adjacent properties or the surrounding area. So in that regard, even if it was M2, the city could still require a CUP for it?
If it was M2, are you asking, could it be M2 with a conditional use permit?
If someone wanted to put a data center in an M2, could the city not say you would have to have a conditional use
No.
permit since it's not allowable by right?
M2 is the least restrictive zoning district that we have. So the way that, and I don't have that section in front of me, but the way it's written is essentially that it allows all heavy industrial uses, of which a data center would, in my opinion, be one.
I actually do not see that in the ordinance. And I'm looking
Well,
at,
it's 31431. It
Yeah.
does provide that it's any use that's not, essentially any legal use.
so I see any use permitted in M1, grain elevator, flour mill, yeast plant, petroleum or chemical projects or products, planing mill, clay products, galvanizing.
It's that number 9. It's that number 9 pretty much allows it for any use that is not an illegal use.
That is not prohibited by any provision of law provided. No building shall be constructed. Okay. So then I think long-term planning, the way we deal with that is for the city to actually pass an ordinance later on that change to Chapter 31 requiring a conditional use permit for data centers. But I think that's a completely different discussion for a completely different day. I'm going to get ahead of the attorney on that one. I don't know where data centers came into this conversation to begin with. The owner has never indicated any interest in building a data center and even selling their property at this point. It is to be able to expand the business and provide for the future of the owner's children. So whether it's M2 or whether we can do something that brings it into conformance with the CUP, I would rather support that than a complete disannexation at this time. Thank you.
Councilwoman Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did speak to the owner in reference to this, and it's not a conversation one way or the other to me. Mr. Mayor, this is my recommendation to propose to the council, just a recommendation. A lot of information has been thrown out, Mr. Mayor. I've seen people sway from one way to the other. It's just predicated on who's talking at the time. And this is something that we're throwing at staff, Mr. Mayor, that I think that this item should be tabled, and that if that's even possible, I'm only looking to the staff professional and city attorney for nods, yay or nay only, and let them propose something if we can get a consent that it works for the city as well as the owner of the property, because my conversation is a little different from what I'm hearing from other council members, because I'm detailed. And data center was brought up in my conversation more than once. So what would be best for the applicant and the protection of the council and also his kids? Because one person can say today what I'm not going to do. And from history, from council votes, and no pun intended toward the client, once we have passed some zones, they changed their mind, and we had no control. So me personally, as a council member that have heard from staff and also the applicant, I think a motion of direction from the council to table this, and I'm receiving the consent from what I'm hearing from council, even some that changed their mind, that we want to be 50-50. You can't be 50-50 on anything, but we want to protect the city, but also respect the right of the client, and ask Mrs. Mesher to come back with a proposal instead of, because this is really an important item, instead of just voting on something and we done, because I need to get more information. Even though what she gave us, that's where we were at on that particular statement from staff. But if we're gonna add on and take away, if we are sincerely looking up our new council members and our residents and giving our client, the applicant that put this in, a fair deal while protecting the city, we need to to put on the brakes and let her bring us back something and let us see it from all perspectives. We have Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I understand. Before that, I see her.
Okay.
I see her, thank you. Let me ask you, City Attorney, if we could table this,
That was a motion of direction. I think
That was a motion of
I need
direction?
yes, sir. I made
made
a
a motion
motion
of
of direction
Okay,
to
okay,
table
so-
it. and
so
let-
can
Yes,
we
sir.
get a second? Council, Mayor
Mr.
Pro Tem.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor
Support.
Pro Tem,
If Madam has made that, sorry, Councilmember Nash King has made that motion, I do second that.
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor, since
Point
I
of
still
order.
have the floor, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mesher
A
was
point of
trying to
order
speak to you.
Interrupts. So, Mayor, point of order.
Ms. Messer,
Mayor, point of order.
okay, what is your point of order?
That we can't make a motion of direction during the workshop because we have to have a legally required public hearing as posted, as mailed out, and as per our agenda, and that we should be made during the regular meeting.
So that's what I was asking.
He did ask you that, Mr. Attorney. He did.
Ms. Waller.
Well, no, I was waiting for the question, but no, yes, that is correct. So we've got this advertised as a public hearing. It should go ahead and move forward as a public hearing. Following the public hearing, if council wants to table it, then that motion would be appropriate at that
That
time.
time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for asking the city attorney. And Ms. Mesher, thank you. Councilmember Brown, thank you, and everybody. So we can just wait till we get there, and that's the direction I will be
Yes, ma'am.
going. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I rescind that motion of direction, because I. and,
Thank you, Councilmember Nash.
Councilwoman,
second.
Mayor Pro Tem, okay, we rescinded it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Kendricks. Excuse me, Councilmember.
I'm good.
Mayor Pro Tem?
It's okay. I just wanted to also, really just wanted to say that I completely support what Councilmember Nash King has stated. And I do think it's important, this is a very important conversation to have regarding this issue. One thing that I don't want to do is just leave the constituent without any sort of resolution. So I do appreciate what the staff has brought forward, but I also thank the council for considering options as it relates to our constituent. That's it.
Thank you. And council, let me say, if you want to be recognized, please request to speak. I'm watching who's, if I do not see your name, then I can't call you. So please do not, we have to follow the governing standards, just like we ask our citizens. So I'm asking council to please abide by that. Thank you. Councilmember Kendricks.
All of my council members, they have made valid points, but I also have researched just into what Councilmember Bass related to, and I'll probably talk a little bit more with Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez on data centers. And I understand how did we get here, but it is part of the conversation that we have to prepare for, because let me tell you this. People can say, and I'm not saying the constituent will change his mind, but dollar signs do change a person's mind. And if we are not prepared and we do something that may hurt us in the long run, and so we have to be very, very careful, because there's a thing going on in the Dallas area, Fort Worth area, where they magnified the price of the land. And I just looked up what the market value of that land is. It's $282,059. We know data centers have no problem with spending money and giving somebody $10 million. So we have to prepare, and we have to make sure we're crossing our Ts and dotting our Is before we make those decisions. Because I've seen a lot of decisions going on across our country. And as we know, Texas is about to overtake Virginia as a data center guru. So I just say to everybody has concerns, and we all have to just make sure we are doing the proper things. And like I want to say again, I'm not saying that property owner will do that, but I'll tell you, if it was me, you know, you get offered a certain amount of money, your mind frame changes. And what you was thinking about, it turns to a different, $10 million to change anybody's life. So we just got to think about it. That's all I say. Just think about what we want to do and what we intend on doing, because like she said, at M2, we can't restrict the data center. We lose all control. And as a council, then we will be looked back upon as the ones that made that decision. So we just got to make sure we're doing the right thing. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify, I am not opposed to data centers because I really enjoy using my cell phone. But I am in favor of strictly regulating data centers. And I don't want to lose control of any property in our city limits for that reason and other reasons. Secondly, I am opposed to disannexation, but I favor rezoning based on the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, I favor rezoning as well, and as Councilwoman Nash King has stated, to have it tapered. Tabled. To have it tabled to what, or regulate to what they're going to do with this. Although they talk about the data system, and it is a family project or land or business, I would rather for them to continue on with their business as a family. So I would vote to get it rezoned.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm going to bring us back a little bit away from data centers and back to the actual request. So right now, if we leave it, if we disapprove the disannexation request, a big part of the concern from staff is that the future land use map would not allow for M2, correct?
It doesn't currently allow for M2, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and that's, so if I'm looking at the correct map, currently the future land use proposed or authorized for it without changing the flume would be M4 because it's regional commercial?
I'd have to look at it.
And I can show
Yes,
you during,
probably.
if we have a recess before the public hearing, I'll show it to you. And you can tell me if I'm correct or not on it. But based on what I'm seeing on our future land use map, it would be a regional commercial usage. And then
There is a future land use category that allows for industrial, so that would be, my suggestion would be
Okay,
the
so-
gray on the future land use map, which is industrial.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, because we've got the two options that you have proposed, which, if the concern is making it an M2, which would allow data center essentially by right at this time, but it qualifies as a B4 with a conditional use permit that would allow it to continue as is. That way, if they were to sell the business or the land, it restricts it from becoming by right a data center. I think that would be kind of a fair compromise for everybody. They get to continue using their business as intended. They can grow the business as long as we do this for the entire 26-acre lot. And it prevents that unintended, undesired use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I will reserve anything else until after the public hearing. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. I'm still for tabling it because we are continuing to say a lot of information And I can ask a question about a zoning, and if I'm correct, she's gonna say yes. Somebody else can ask a question about another zoning. If they're correct, it's gonna be yes. But it does not mean it applies to this particular item that's on the agenda. So I am still for tabling the item, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash King. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
There's no other questions, discussion? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Now we go to citizens' comments. It's a time for citizen comments, and citizens will have 3 minutes to speak with 1 minute allotted. For council members to respond with a statement or explanation without engaging in dialogue. Mr. City Attorney? Could you call the first name?
The first name is Donald F. Smith.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Moving a little slow.
Take your time, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, city staff. I'm Don Smith. I stand before you to recommend approval of putting in the tower on the church property at East Tremere. One of government's jobs is to take care of what? Take care of the citizens. A good staff procedure is to develop courses of action that solve the problem before the problem arrives. That's what you all have that can do today. We have 2 new housing areas going in, one on Stagecoach and Chaparral and East Tremere, and one on Chaparral. This means what? It means hundreds of new cell phone customers. If they can't get good cell phone service, what are they going to do? We're going to see them in here complaining. Now is the time to do the smart thing and approve this tower that can be put in, and so when these new people arrive, they won't have cell phone or other digital problems. Now is the time to fix that. We don't want to be standing here 6 months from now trying to explain to new residents in Killeen why this problem wasn't fixed. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Attorney?
Cecil Adams.
Good afternoon, sir.
40 years ago, when we built our first new church, took 2 permits, fire and city. We built 5 years ago, took 9 permits, Fed, Texas, city, fire. And of course, those permits is written by your staff and voted in by you. Notice on here, one of the things that y'all permitted. Conditional use permit. So we're asking for another permit that we have fulfilled all the others to put this tower up. So I think, as most of you think, you should trust your own staff. They have approved it. Federal government has approved it. State of Texas has approved it. And of course, the next speaker, Brother Vince, he knows all the things about towers. Thank y'all for considering this conditional use permit. It's permission.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney? Mr. Waller?
Barbara Schneider.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak to the issue on Llewellyn Lane regarding safety issues, signs that we would like to have remain in place as the intersection is going to be closed for reconstruction of that area. The first issue I'd like to speak about is the speeding that has occurred on that street before the signs went up. Some of the others that we'll be talking tonight may even say something about this, but there were cars clocked going as much as 80 miles an hour down that road. Now, this is a small, narrow road, and several years ago, when there was work being done on other areas and the street had to be, traffic had to be rerouted, the city came in and put some narrow shoulders on the sides so that we even had enough room that we could move over when a car came down a road. So speeding is a huge issue. And if you live in the curve, where some of us do, it's even more dangerous. As the cars come around that curve, they fishtail and they can't correct. And I have watched from my kitchen window over the 41 years that I've lived there, cars landing in my ditch or in my yard, and the tow trucks having to come and lift them out. So it's very dangerous in that area. The other thing that we've watched happening before the signs were put into place was the drag racing that occurred. Now, this is not a street to be drag racing on. It is a residential area, and we have children, pets, and old people. And as one of the old citizens out there, drag racing is extremely dangerous for us. When you go out to check your mailbox, the speeding is so bad that they are on you before you realize it, and you can't get out of the way. Several of us have talked about the fact that we've stepped back away as we see the cars approaching, and it's as if sometimes they're headed straight toward you. So we ask that you continue to keep those signs in place for us, for safety. And it's not just for our safety, it's for the safety of the motorists that are going up and down the road. Think about the ones that landed in my yard and have had to be plucked out of the ditch. So it's a safety issue for both the residents and the motorists. So thank you for your time. We appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. City Attorney. Councilmember Bass.
Mayor, this road is in my district. I drove out there, and I concur that these signs are very helpful, and we need to do everything we can to keep that road and that neighborhood safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Robertson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, City Council, my name is Michael Robertson. I also live on Llewellyn Lane. I'm here tonight because it isn't about just the traffic for me. It's about the safety of my family, my neighbors, and everyone else who lives on that street. Mr. Boss, I was out there when we met personally out there when you came out there. I believe, Mr. Kendrick, you've been out. You guys almost got hit yourselves, I believe, too, correct? Before the road closure, I personally experienced drivers speeding through our neighborhood as they tried to avoid traffic, cutting past through the construction that's going on Stagecoach. I've almost been hit multiple times myself walking on my own neighborhood. It shouldn't be dangerous just to walk down the street where I live. Llewellyn Lane is a residential neighborhood, not a major roadway. We don't have the sidewalks or infrastructure needed to safely handle heavy cut-through traffic. When drivers use our streets as a shortcut, they're focused on getting around congestion, not on the families who live there and the kids out there playing. Since the road closures, our neighborhood has become noticeably safer and quieter. The closure has done exactly what it was intended to do, protect the people who call Llewellyn Lane a home. I understand the road construction can be frustrating, but the inconvenience of taking a different route and cutting back through Llewellyn should never outweigh the safety of our entire neighborhood. I respectfully ask that you keep Llewellyn Lane closed to through traffic as someone who lives there every day. I can honestly say this decision has made our neighborhood safer, and I will hope you will continue to put safety of residents first. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wallner.
James Sills.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm here in support of the signage on Llewellyn Lane. For background, the Llewellyn community has roughly 41 active residential properties split between Llewellyn Lane, Harlan Drive, and Buggy Trail. In March 2026, 30 residents signed a petition to initiate NTMP Phase 1 and 2 efforts to implement this signage due to untenable volume and traffic safety concerns. I appreciate city engineering and Councilman Kendrick and Bass for taking the time throughout this process to conduct site visits and understand the issues. We also want to thank the police department for their support and dedication for making the community safe again. In April 2025, TxDOT conducted a two-way annual average daily traffic study on Llewellyn, and it was 97. I want you to remember that number, 97. Here are a few items the city's presentation does not fully capture. Between August 2025 and April 2026, residents documented racing and reckless passing, reckless driving that almost struck citizens or ran residents off the road, and road rage incidents just for turning into our own driveways or driving the speed limit. Some additional context for excessive speeding. From March 2nd to March 6th, 83% of the volume were speed violators. Speed rates consistently exceeded 55 to 65 miles per hour, with top speeds captured at 76, 80, and 84 miles per hour. 76, 80, and 84 on a 30-mile-per-hour road. Look at the city's own data on slide 4 when y'all get to that. By the week of April 20th, the average daily traffic exploded to 1,122. Compared to our ADT baseline of 97, that is a staggering 1,056% increase in traffic volume. It's unprecedented. On any city or state conformant street with curbs and sidewalks, all this would be unacceptable, unsafe, and flat out dangerous. But comparing Llewellyn to a city conformant street is like comparing apples to Ferraris. Llewellyn is a rural county residential road with less than 18 total feet in pavement width, and in some places with no curbs and sidewalks throughout the street. It cannot handle bypass traffic from two concurrent capital projects, let alone one. We understand that construction projects can impact communities in various ways, but they should absolutely never be allowed to impact the safety and well-being of its residents. These signs cause no impact to the surrounding community and simply ensure motorists continue to use minor arterials as designed. The data is undeniable, and it shows the signs with police enforcement are the best and only current solution to reduce safety risks in our community. Please approve this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wallner.
Tim Pearson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate you letting me speak. I'm here on behalf of Stanley Seacrest, the owner of the 25.6 acres that he petitioned to disannex from the city. During the workshop, there was a lot of discussion about the city's desire to control, regulate the use of that property. But what is not being discussed is the bargain that the legislature has handed down for annexing property by municipalities in this state. And I would have to respectfully disagree with the staff's recommendation. Part of that bargain is that when the city wants to tax and they want to regulate property, they involuntarily disannex it, and then they have to provide services as part of that bargain. This property is not receiving basic services, and I would point you to a couple of subsections of the code that the staff's recommendation did not point out in their presentation. So they pointed to subsection G of what is what this governing statute of service plans, 43.056 of the Texas Local Government Code. But subsection B requires that within 4.5 years maximum, in most cases 2.5 years, full municipal services must be required to an annexed property that's involuntarily annexed. Subsection C expressly defines water and wastewater as portions of those full municipal services. Subsection G is about the level of services based on topography. It's not about what basic services have to be given and the deadline that the legislature set, which was a maximum of 4.5 years. That deadline expired in July of 2012. We are here in July of 2026. My client's property still does not have wastewater service. That is not a municipal service, or that is a municipal service that there's no way of saying they're receiving some level of service. So this is my first point. It's a misunderstanding of the law that the staff is recommending not disannexing. Second point, if you look at the service plan and even the staff recommendations arguments under that subsection G, it identified a corridor that was similar in topography, density, et cetera, at the time of annexation, and that is the Stagecoach Road and Chaparral corridor. There were also 2 infrastructure projects that were planned and pointed out in the service plan. Areas of that supposedly similar corridor now receive water, wastewater, or both from the city. My client's property receives neither. The last point I would make is if the city council decides to deny this petition, I just want to alert you, under section 43.141 of the local government code, attorney's fees are mandatory. They're not discretionary, they're mandatory. So if and when my client wins in court, this council needs to be aware and budget. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, your time is up, but you can ask for.
If I can have just a minute longer.
Council? Council? Okay.
Thank you.
You
I
can, sir.
apologize for going over. I just want to alert the city council that they would need to budget not just for litigation fees for the city, but also to potentially cover the client's fees, meaning double the fees. And the last point I'll make, you don't have to take my word for it, even though I'm a lawyer and my business is to convince people. But we've already convinced courts. My firm has convinced multiple courts in this state, almost the same fact patterns as this, that this is the proper way to interpret the law. My firm also has helped amend parts of these statutes, including 43.141, the very statute under which we submitted this petition that the legislature passed in 2025. So we are confident that we would win in court. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, city attorney?
Leo Gukheisen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, brother.
Pull up my thing here real quick. Okay. First of all, that's a hard act to follow, but Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Temp, council members, city attorney, city secretary, and city manager, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to address you this evening. I have a nice little sheet here about the governing standards and expectations, but after this earlier events of today, I could go on for an hour, but I will try to get my 3 minutes. First of all, this is regarding section 1-50, order of business, paragraph A, agenda format, subsection 15, citizens' comments on non-agenda items. I would have to grade the intent of this action as an F grade. Mainly on first thing, you're only allowing the residents 3 minutes to speak on a topic that they feel is very important to them. And then you do not even allow them the opportunity to plead for an additional minute. Secondly, you state that the residents can only address the council on city business. Well, who determines what city business is? Your opinion and the opinion of the individual could be two different things. And if you decide that what this individual is speaking on is not city business, then you are denying him or her their constitutional right to address their elected officials. Because it's quite obvious, it appears at times that even this body does not fully understand what city business is. Thirdly, you restrict the number of residents who can address the council. You are saying that only 10 residents will be allowed to speak. I have seen just a very few rulings, legal rulings, from the Supreme Court to the Texas Supreme Court to the Courts of Appeals that say you can or cannot do it. I have only found one under the Texas Supreme Court ruling that generally allows this, but that does not mean you have to follow that. It's a general guidance. So by only allowing 10 residents to speak, number 11, you're denying. Fourthly, you state that the council will not discuss items that are not on the agenda pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act. You will respond to members of the public inquiries by the subject that is not on the agenda must be limited to, and you list two little items. So I
your
guess
time
that,
is up. You can act
may I
for
get
a
another minute, please?
Council? Mayor Pro Tem? Another minute. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Is that a yay or nay?
That was a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
please.
extra minute. So I'm guessing that allowing the council to not address what the citizen has spoke about would create a possible problem, but is allowing to create a possible walking quorum via replying to an email. What is that? Fifthly, you once before you had placed this item, or this item is placed as number 15 of 16 items according to your governing standards agenda format, and it's right before the adjournment of the meeting. So what you are saying is that after a 5 or 6 hour or even longer meeting, you're going to be ready to pay attention to what the residents are addressing. It's hard to believe that this body is able to do that.
Thank you,
I've seen
sir.
it.
Your
Oh.
time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Michael Fornino.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's get some vocabulary out of the word. First, disbursement. Keep using that. That's a formal financial verb. That means to pay out money. The word you're searching for is disseminate. That means to distribute information. And it's governing standards, not government, not governors, it's governing. So please give us some confidence that you know what the item is when you decide to talk about it. With regard to your governing standards, you went circular discussions for 2 hours on this, which is already asked, answered, and addressed with 2 months' worth of work by the Charter Review Committee that you voted down. Now you're taking the broken pieces of that and you're trying to cram it into the governing standards. So honor your commitment as you stated that you will follow through and you will restore citizens' right to speak on both agenda and non-agenda items. I mean, this is just ridiculous. For 2 hours, we watched you have the same conversation over and over and over again. Poet laureate. First problem, there's nothing to discuss as a discussion item. It's not the charter. You're looking to create a paid position, and it's not the charter. Sorry, folks. That's just a no-go. To promote literacy, that's the school district's job. Whoever it is wants a poet laureate. I mean, we can't get the sidewalks, the roads. We can't get enough cops on the road patrolling. We can't fully staff an effective code enforcement department make the city look good and comply with several standards. But we need a poet laureate? We need a poet laureate like everybody in this room needs an extra 2 or 3 holes in their head. Knock it off. It's just an absolute waste of money. This is budget season. I mean, we might, Mr. Kendrick, if you have a problem, maybe you should try answering emails, and we're going to address that on your point of leadership earlier. You can read them, but if you're not literate enough to respond, maybe you should get with the poet laureate on his own time. Leadership comes with accountability, which you don't seem to have any. Okay. The statement was made on the People's Charter. I'll circle back to that with the poet laureate and all of that. The People's Charter, the People's Charter. Well, the people spent 2 solid months working on charter review recommendations and changes, and you voted it down. You want the people to have nothing to do with the People's Charter. Okay, when it comes to that stuff, most people in this room, especially after tonight with 2 hours of discussion, if it's the 2 things that the citizen in this town generally does not like, it's the council's face.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
Dr. Sue Nisi Croft.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'd like to address the city attorney because I submitted
No, ma'am.
two.
You can make a city comment. You can make a
I
comment.
submitted 2, one for public hearing, one for citizen comments. So I don't want to, this is for citizens' comments. Okay, thank you. This is about the resolution renewing the agreement with the auditors. This is their last year of renewing. They've been on the job for 5 years. So now in looking at, we got to pick out a new city manager. Think about getting together to pick out a new auditor. Because ones we got right now, they're too familiar with what's going on with our city and too familiar with our leadership, current leadership, and stuff like that. If that doesn't sound I didn't put up a whole thing about this, but when you have somebody, they've an auditor that's been there for 5 years, and they will be here for 5 years. The city needs a new set of eyes on their books because the current set of books have not been very transparent, especially with all the monies missing, monies found, monies allocated to different places. So that's all I wanted to say about that. Look forward to getting a new audit company. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Kendricks.
What I want to ask, when we put out statements, let's please put out facts, because I would like to be transparent. I would like to know what monies that we're talking about that are missing. We can't just put out blanket statements without putting out facts. Please bring your receipts when you talk like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Cagle, as far as money's missing, could you just comment on that, sir, please?
Sir, I have no idea what she's talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Nashke?
Mr. Mayor, I was trying to wait till the last person from citizen comments.
Okay, I just saw your name.
Do we have, that's all, I'm waiting on that. I can wait.
Jessica Dominguez.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I just want to first start with saying Happy Disability Pride Month. If it wasn't for the individuals that climbed and crawled those steps, we wouldn't be here today. It's because of them that I have the privilege of being able to speak and in support of the ADA transition support plan that we have coming on. I've had the ability to work close with Savannah. We've talked several times about the transition plan, and I think it is something that we all need to support. It's families like mine and individuals that I get the privilege of serving that we deserve to be able to take space. We should be able to come in through City Hall and not have to hold our door. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see a button. It makes it difficult. If I'm blessed, I had my nurse here, but it makes it difficult to walk in through building a building that my money pays for. Really, we should be able to take, our I'm pretty sure, right, our taxpayer money pays for it. So we should be able to have access to it. There's several other things, sidewalks. Many of us have trouble even just using the sidewalk. I've talked previously, I think in town hall meetings, our parks. We have a beautiful park that many families like ours aren't able to use. So I just want to say that I think we should vote yes on the transition plan and honestly probably provide more funding because this is something that our city needs, and I think it's time that we provide some of that change that we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Lammers.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Lammers. I am the founder and president of Texas All Abilities Network.
Good afternoon.
While I stand before you as one person today, I also stand here carrying the voices of many who could not be here. I stand here for families raising children with disabilities who cannot tolerate new places or large crowds. I stand here for the working parents who couldn't leave work to attend a 3 o'clock, meeting. I also stand here for individuals with disabilities who simply want the opportunity to fully participate in the community they call home. I stand before you wearing many hats. I am the mother of 4 children with disabilities, the wife of a 100% disabled Army veteran who proudly served more than 20 years, the caregiver of my 81-year-old mother who is also living with disabilities. I also serve as the secretary of the Bell County Committee for People with Disabilities and as chairperson for Killeen Parks and Recs Advisory Board. Through my work with Texas All Abilities Network and Bell County Committee for People with Disabilities, I have had the privilege of hearing their stories every day. Today, I hope to bring some of those voices into this room. I'm here today to ask you to support the city's ADA transition plan. Killeen is unlike many communities across Texas. As the home of Fort Hood, we welcome thousands of military families, many of whom are enrolled in the EFMP program. That is the Exceptional Family Member Program, because they have a spouse, a child, a dependent with disabilities or complex medical needs. We are also home to Killeen ISD, serving more than 42,000 students, which 20% are receiving special education services. Those thousands of students will grow into adults who deserve the opportunity to live, work, and fully participate in a community they call home. Accessibility is not about a small group of people. It benefits every resident of Killeen. Through Texas All Abilities, I work with families every week across Bell and Coryell counties. I hear the same message over and over again. We just want to belong. Families don't want special treatment. They simply want equal access to parks, playgrounds, sidewalks, recreation programs, public buildings, and community events. They want the opportunity to participate alongside everyone else. Accessibility is more than ramps and parking spaces. It is whether a child can play on a playground with their friends. It's whether a disabled veteran can independently enjoy a community event. It is whether an older adult can safely access City Hall or a neighborhood park. It is whether every citizen has the dignity of participating fully in the community they call home. The ADA transition plan is much more than a
Excuse
legal
me, ma'am.
requirement.
Your time is up. You can ask for additional minutes.
Huh?
Your time is up.
Okay.
Would
May
you
I have an
like,
extra
would you like
minute?
additional minute?
Okay.
Ma'am, would you like that?
Yes.
Counsel? Go ahead.
Okay. So the ADA transition plan is much more than a legal requirement. It is a roadmap to build a stronger, more welcoming, and more inclusive Killeen. It is a commitment that every resident matters. I respectfully ask you not only to adopt this plan, but to continue investing in its implementation. A plan sitting on a shelf changes nothing. A plan that is fully funded and put into action changes the lives of our community. As someone raising children with disabilities, as the wife of a disabled veteran, supporting an aging parent, and working with hundreds of families throughout our community, I tell you that accessibility is not just policy, but it is personal.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anka Nagu.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. I want to praise the council for investigating who and why a staff member undermined the council's vote and directed KEDC not to focus on getting a grocery store in North Killeen. North Killeen is known for being low income. If you don't know this already, being a low-income individual does not mean you don't deserve access to a grocery store. And I applaud the council for this initiative and your persistence in this. Regarding animal services increased fees, I have a few concerns. I just don't see how the increased fees serve the community. Increased fees would be a barrier to adoption, to reclaiming a pet, and so on. Also, the rabies fee is really confusing to me. Rabies testing is free for the city, so why are we charging citizens a rabies fee? And it doesn't matter what the intent of the fee is. A pet owner, let's see a pet owner surrenders an animal. Animal control can turn around and charge a rabies testing fee. There's no restriction. I'm not saying they're going to do that, but they can under this fee schedule. I just don't see how this is serving the community, especially because rabies testing is free for the city. Animal control is not just animal control, also people control. Fees are used to charge people for all kinds of things, animal related. It's fair. Also, a lot of people contact me with questions and asking me for help, and that's how I did some investigating. I found out animal control officers in Killeen can be convicted felons on probation or individuals guilty of domestic violence, misdemeanor A level. And there's some concern there. Regarding the $80 surrender fee for litter of puppies or kittens, if someone cannot afford spay and neuter costs, they're not going to be able to afford $80 surrender fees. So I'm afraid what's going to happen, those puppies and kittens are going to be in the street or in a bag in a trash can. I don't understand why there's a charge for barn cats. Now, if the barn cats are spayed, neutered, and vaccinated, then $15, no problem. I 100% agree with that. Animal shelter employees have a tough job. I understand there are abandoned animals, abused animals that they have to look at. I just have some concerns how the fees would be used and how that's gonna help the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Walden?
Malcolm Gray.
Malcolm Gray? Malcolm Gray.
And that's the final one.
That's the final
That's the
one?
last one.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back into our regular session. Council members, we'll begin. Would everyone please take their seats so we can start again, please? Yeah. Okay. Call this meeting back to order. And we are at Citizen Council Member, I have Council Member Raskin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, we're in consent. We just finished with citizen comments. I would like the approval from the council, and I'm only talking to Mr. Mayor and our Assistant City Manager, the question that I am proposing. I would like to ask the question, Mr. City Attorney. I would like to move item 12 and 15, to move them up due to Mr. Cagle's situation, because it's going to be a lengthy meeting. And instead of him just sitting there, I'm asking council permission that we move his items 12 and 15 up so we can get into it, preferable item number 15 being first and 12 being second. Mr. Mayor and City Assistants.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. City can get his approval. Sir,
City-
can I do that?
Yes, just by motion. You may amend
Yes, sir.
it. Bring the items up.
Motion of direction, sir?
It would just be a motion just a motion to move items up.
Okay. Mr. Mayor and council, I'd like a motion to move in this order. Item number 15, which is DS 26-057, and DS -26 the city manager 54. I would like to, in that order, to move them next for Mr. Cagle to speak.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilmember Brown. You second? Councilmember Bass. Okay, there's discussion?
Mayor?
Yes. Councilmember Brown?
Just two questions. One, is the intent to do that prior to approving the consent agenda?
Mr.
Walden?
I believe the motion was to bring it prior to the approval of the consent agenda.
And then second, is Mr. Cagle also presenting the capital improvement program overview?
No.
Okay.
That was just two items. And number 12, DS 26-54, number 15, DS 26057. Okay. Any more discussion? Councilmember Brown? Okay. All in favor, signify by pushing yes. Oh, it's not working. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Motion's passed. 6, all opposed? Okay. Motion passed, okay. All right, we'll bring that up. Item, Madam Secretary.
Item DS 26-054, receive fiscal year 2027 proposed annual budget and overview provided by the city. No? Okay, well done.
Number 15.
Item 15, please.
Gotcha. Okay, Item 15, DS 26057, discuss Killeen Economic Development Corporation, KEDC investigation.
Mr. Cagle? Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to respond to some of the allegations that have been made. First, I have never ordered anyone to ignore a council directive. That did not happen. I have never given any directive to KEDC employees or board members. I'm an ex officio board member of KEDC. I don't vote. I'm there for advice. And if I were to ever give a directive to a KEDC employee, they should report it immediately to the board president. The only directions that I give are when city funds are involved, when my advice is requested about what the city can afford as far as tax abatement, sales tax rebates, city incentives. I don't give any direction to them, and I never have in any form or manner. But second, there's no council directive. The city council has never directed the KEDC to take any action on a grocery store initiative. No motion of direction, no ordinance, no resolution, nothing even in the minutes of meetings. The KEDC board has never issued a directive to their staff regarding that. I think it's important for all of us to understand that KEDC is the city of Killeen. It was created by the city of Killeen for the city of Killeen, and it is controlled by the city of Killeen. It is controlled by this city council, and it is controlled by the board of directors with two very good partners in the Chamber of Commerce and the Clean Industrial Foundation. Now, as I've stated, there was no council directive, but as city manager, I'm well aware this is a high priority issue for the city council. And I've done everything asked of me and more. Every prospect sent to me by a council member I've taken seriously. Council members Nash King, Gonzalez, council members Alvarez have all asked me to meet with people, to work with people on prospects. I've done it willingly, sometimes asking KEDC if they could help, sometimes on the city alone. The closest we ever got was a complete city initiative. I've worked with the grocery cooperative. I continue to work with the landowner at 28th and Rancier. I've met with people that don't know a grocery store from an auto parts store just because they were referred to me. I follow every lead seriously. And from the day I walked into this office until the day I leave it, I've stressed the need to focus on services for the north side of Killeen. And it's disappointing that some of you think that I would do anything to undermine the will of the council or to harm the city in any way, and especially the north side. But what has been harmed is the city's reputation. As it's been said tonight, you're showing off for city manager candidates, and what's going on here is not flattering. If Ms. Brown had really been concerned about this issue, she would have gone to the mayor, requested an executive session. Or heck, she might have even picked up the phone and called me. That would have been the professional thing to do. Instead, this council chambers is treated as a social media page where you dump every rumor, every allegation, every story out as its fact. So that is my response. I don't know what else to say, but I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cagle and Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cagle, I apologize, and I'm going to tell you why. After I agreed with the council, I did vote because I in agreement, just wanting it all out there. The word investigation should have never been used. So here go my question to you, Mr. Cagle. I apologize. I got hold to some perfume
Yes, ma'am.
or something. It's just not agreeing with me. Mr. Cagle, the motion of direction was to investigate you. Have anyone, city staff or a council set up a meeting or anything to investigate you? Because once I went back and listened to the video in that motion of direction, it really didn't give any kind of steps or anything on how that investigation would happen. And I'm just curious, and I thought it would be a presentation, but it wasn't one in the package, or somebody be talking or have some kind of documentation of an investigation, but I didn't see any of that waiting for us on the DS. So did anybody from staff or council investigate you or had a meeting with you to discuss KEDC?
3 council members met with me and asked me a few questions, and I gave them essentially the replies I've given you tonight.
Do you mind saying who were the 3 council members? Because my understanding, it was, no one met with you, but who were they?
I don't guess it matters. Councilmember Kimball, Kendrick, and Gonzalez.
So those 3 met with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave them the same answer?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet and still, the remaining council, and I don't even know where to go with this, that's why I was against investigation. Because 3 council members are aware of a situation that they did talk to you. And it's on us too, because we had no plan on how this information was going to come back to the rest of us. We assumed that staff would be doing the investigation. So just even, it was just all this time. I apologize now more so than ever. Your name was attached to this.
Yes, ma'am, but I think it would be highly inappropriate to ask a staff member that all of them
I was
report to me
going there.
to investigate me. If you want that type of investigation, you ought to hire an outside law firm, something like that.
And see, that's what I read in the paper, which this past Sunday, and I couldn't confirm it. I could not deny it. If someone had already met with you, and then no one gave her a motion of direction, and that's something this council has to do better. And the past councils didn't do well either. We tell staff to do something with no direction on how to do it. You're right. It could have been handled a different way. And I apologize. Can I have one more minute, Mr.?
Council?
I apologize on my side because it was a lot of emotions. I didn't give my comments, but I did agree that we're going to look into it because I cannot believe that it would blatantly be said in public that you're by your name. I didn't think they had a name, but it went out that way. And I apologize, Mr. Cagle, for me. I can't apologize for council. And the investigation, to be honest, it's a joke.
Well, ma'am, it was reported in the local paper that Tyler Robert said my name right here when he didn't. We have cameras all over this room. You can go and you can watch our council
No,
meetings
sir,
live.
he didn't say your name. I didn't say
I know
he
that.
did.
It was reported in the paper, a quote, a made-up quote for him that he did. That's
Oh.
what happens when you throw these allegations out there. The game of telephone begins. And the story changes and changes and changes.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Brown.
Sure. Where to begin? So first of all, there have been multiple attempts to request executive sessions on various items, and the mayor, albeit is reluctant to do it based off of the request of a single council member, because nothing goes based off of a single council member. The only way to legally put the information out and be transparent and public was to do it publicly and at council. Otherwise, I'm creating a walking quorum on something that I feel is extremely important to bring to the entire council. And to come to you individually, one-on-one, would just have been seen as confrontational. I've been through this road before. So then is Mr. Tyler Robert lying when he even stood here on the record and acknowledged that a staff member had indicated KEDC shouldn't be working on retail commercial? He did say that. When it came to what was the name, it was stated publicly, Mr. Cagle's name was brought up, not by Mr. Robert, and I don't remember the article saying Mr. Robert brought up Mr. Cagle's name, but Mr. Cagle's name was announced.
I have it right here if you'd like me to read it to you.
Sir, I have the floor.
Okay.
Thank you. I stated your name, so if there needs to be a correction to it, I take full responsibility, because there is no denying it. I did say it based on what I was told by Mr. Robert. He also told us that it had been brought up to him by board members. However, when we got the request for the minutes of that meeting that he said he would provide to us, we got a memo instead saying that there are no such minutes, as we knew there weren't. And this is why a procedure is so important. It's not to say investigations shouldn't happen, but a procedure should be in place for it, so that if you don't want it to be public, we have a way to do that. But to call me out, to say that I'm some sort of wrong for bringing up something and being transparent about what I was told, Mr. Robert did not deny it when he was here. What he said was, I do not think this is the time or the venue to discuss it or to name names. That was what he said on the record. That is not a denial of being told that. What he said was, and maybe I should not have used the word directive, but it was a conversation in which there was a very strong implication that, no, don't worry, the city is going to handle bringing in a grocery store to the north side. There may not have been a particular motion made, but there was a consensus at the December meeting in 2025, a consensus amongst the council, actually started by Councilwoman Nash King, who said we need to make this a top priority when KEDC was standing in here. In fact, every time that they have come in, it has been indicated that a top priority should be bringing a grocery store to North Colleen. So, 1 minute, please.
Council? Yes.
Thank you. So to say that this was a waste of time, I don't believe it was, although I don't see where much of an investigation has happened other than them going through their minutes and Mr. Cagle preparing a speech. So if it wasn't you, Mr. Cagle, then who is the staff member that Mr. Tyler Robert had referred to? Because he quite distinctly said that he had a conversation with a staff member to that regard.
Did you ask the mayor for an executive session?
That's not the question I
It's
asked.
yes or no, I'm asking you.
That's not the question
So
I
you
asked.
dodged
And
it.
we
I know
don't
you
answer a
didn't.
question
Thank
with a question. So then the question, you're not going to answer the question as
Oh,
to.
I'll answer the question.
Then please do.
Words have meaning.
That's
Words
not the
have
question.
meaning. I'm going to answer it if you'll, that's fine. If you don't like my answer, it's okay.
You're not answering, though. Words have meaning. I understand that words have meaning.
Then they should be used properly. You accused me, you used my name in here. You accused me of directing KEDC to ignore a council directive. That is a false accusation.
And now the answer to my question?
Oh, aside from the false accusation, I never did what you accused me of.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question was, if it was not you, then has anybody inquired into exactly who the staff member was that Mr. Robert said happened? And the reason I said your name is because in my one-on-one meeting with him, he specifically indicated that, yes, it was you.
So Mr. Robert told you that I directed him to ignore a council directive.
Mr. Roberts specifically stated that they were not searching for a North Killeen grocery store because a staff member had told him not to. He didn't know it was a council priority. And when I asked which staff member it was, he was reluctant to answer. I asked by
Time
name,
is up,
was it
ma'am.
you? And he said yes.
Councilmember, your time is up.
So I'd like an answer to my question.
Your time is up.
No, I never told them not to work on
No, the
grocery
question was,
store.
had you asked who it was then on
Councilmember, your
staff?
time is up.
No,
Then you didn't do an investigation.
wasn't asked to do an investigation.
Time is up. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Of course, this brings us to, very uncomfortable conversations and statements of allegations being lodged and people being implied that they've done something wrong without actual proof and documentation. So there's a lot of things to unpack here. One of those things being absolutely the need for a process in place so that when things like this happen, to Ms. Nash King's point, we understand who's responsible, who made the motion, who's going to present the information back that was founded, or how it's going to go about, whether it's an investigation, inquiry, whatever we end up calling it. This process is important. Whether it's this case or not is a whole different story. So I just want to go on the record, since we are here, that yes, I did meet with Mr. Cagle. My understanding is Mr. Cagle has also said exactly what he said during that meeting. Ms. Brown, you asked a question, and I did actually inquire with Mr. Robert Tyler, and all that was stated to me at that time was that he was taken out of context. So at this point, under this circumstance, in this particular situation, with no minutes to go off of, no one saying that X staff member told me to do this. He did not say that he was clear that Mr. Cagle did not give him that directive. There's nothing else that I could say that I have to go off of at this particular time. I don't know that one council person can conclude or resolution for the situation, but I don't have any additional information to add to the conversation outside of when I spoke with Mr. Tyler Robert, he said that he was taken out of context. And that's all I have to add to this conversation. So Mr. Cagle did state exactly what he stated today. There are no minutes. It becomes hearsay at this point, and we really we cannot make decisions off of that. Unfortunately, at this point, there's nothing for me to move forward with as it relates to this subject.
Councilmember Bass.
Mayor, I did not meet with Mr. Cagle because I did not believe for 1 second that Mr. Cagle would do this thing. I believe that Mr. Cagle loves our city, loves us, the people of this city. He's devoted many years of his life to serving the city. He does not have to be sitting in that chair right this minute, but he's sitting in that chair. He's getting us through budget season. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
All right, I want to start off with, I talked with Mr. Cagle. Me and Mr. Cagle had talks that day in the office, and exactly what he just said is exactly what he said then. Now, I want to go to the other point. We got to stop when we get certain people that mention Mr. Cagle's name like that, and we already know how the people on the north side feel about a grocery store. You just played on everybody's emotions to get them riled up for no reason. A blatant, when you didn't have receipts or facts, and to say this, it discredits you. And something my grandfather always told me, a man's word is his word. And that was an attempt to take that man's word from everything that he has done for this city. That's where it all comes back when I talk about leadership. I'm dead point on with leadership. Now, I'm going to get to KDH. I just had a talk during the first break with Kevin. And I told him I was not part of no investigation, and nothing was said about an investigation. And his words to me, and I hope you put this in the paper, your words to me, you should have checked your facts before you publish something. And I don't like being lied on. I don't like being lied about, because my word is my bond. And the other thing, Kevin told me that Councilmember Kimball told him there was an investigation. I repeat to y'all again, and I say this as loud as I can say it. There was no investigation. I was not part of an investigation, but it is in the newspaper that way. I don't play these silly games, because tricks are for kids, not me. And all of these things, I'm telling you, these are the things that we have to stop. It's leadership. And I keep saying it. People are looking at these meetings and they're saying, do I really want to come to Killeen? And we got to get it together. We have to get it together. And like I said, I was so distraught last night, I did not sleep. I did not sleep. I had my AC on 65 and I'm sweating. I did not sleep. I text Councilmember Kimball. And I'm going to be, can I get that minute?
Yes, Counsel? Yes.
I'm going to be transparent, totally transparent, because I think he was trying to dodge my questions. He asked me, was I talking about what was in the paper? You know
Point of
damn well
order.
that's what I was talking about.
Point of order.
Please.
We are not, no, I have a point of order.
No.
Right.
What's your point of order, ma'am?
Thank you. The discussion is the investigation, not a discussion about a council member who's not present to defend themselves or speak for themselves. It had nothing to do with the KEDC situation. So the topic should be kept to the investigation, or whatever we want to call it, inquiry, and what happened with that.
And it is. Continue, Councilmember.
Like I was saying, I believe in everything for a reason. You talk to KDH on a Sunday, you go on your cruise, we here on Tuesday. You can say it however you want to say it, you can paint the pictures however you want to paint. But it is what it is, and that's how I took it. That's how I took it. And we have to have trust up here, and with trust comes leadership and loyalty. Leadership and loyalty and integrity. And if you don't have that,
Your time
then
is
you
up,
probably need to
Councilmember.
leave.
Councilmember Nash King,
Thank you.
your second time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say this, Mr. Mayor. We all voted to find out the answer. And we would not have voted on it. Our first mistake is that we, the council, should have spoken to Mr. Cagle. But you were in that 2020. If you didn't vote for it, the residents think you're trying to hide something. I agree with Mr. Bass. That's why I didn't do that. And if we are going to do an investigation, the whole council should know. Take the word investigation, inquiry, interview, fix any kind of way. But we're making a decision on, first of all, let's get that straight, peer pressure. Because if you don't vote to have whatever word you want to give a title to, then it's going to be seen to the public when it's on social media or wherever. Oh, they hiding for Cagle, they don't want to know the truth, and just foolishness. So we all voted, I agree. So we all take ownership in that, for whatever reason you did. Here go the other side. 3 council members met with Mr. Cagle. We still don't have any of that information. What happened? And if we're going to be transparent as a council, then for the sake of arguing, we all had the opportunity to go to Mr. Cagle and speak. Don't get me wrong. But yet and still, if we're a team, and Team Killeen, and we're talking about a person's livelihood, a person that have kids, a person that have a wife, a pillar in our community, and this is where we at right now, that's why we are not in the business I have the credentials. I said it from day one. And I was shot down, putting this in the governor's standards, because we were basing it on 1 or 2 people opinion about experience. We're not experienced to do this. This is a complete failure, and it played out in public, but not at the council expense, at the expense of our city manager. We need to get out of the investigation business and be focused on things that's in our lane, policies, procedures, showing up at events, having town hall meetings. And don't waste the police department time trying to do an investigation for you, because they have real crime and real problems out there to solve. And this is what happened when we're so eager to get on the city council and not currently know our job, but want to do the job of the city manager or executive directors and other people that we're supposed to be investigating. And this was not only embarrassment to the city. If I was Mr. Cagle, one more minute, sir.
Councilmember.
Thank you. If
Yes.
I was a council member, instead of me sitting up here trying to prove that he's wrong and we're right, apologize. I'm sorry. We messed this up. The whole council. It's just we moved on the person that we thought, based on that information, to be true. And now the 3 people that talked to Tyler, which I spoke to him after that meeting, and I already knew that when he was right here, and I said, hey, what is going on? He said, I don't know. That's all he said. So we need to quit finding fault, get out of the investigation business, because it's a failure. And the next time, we may not
Thank you,
be lucky to
Councilmember.
miss a lawsuit.
Time is up. Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
I just think this is so sad. And it's been advertised all over the news, all over everywhere, what they thought had happened. Many people have responded, and the response has been negative. This is so sad, Council. Can we get out of the personal agendas that we have against each other? And can we just work for the community here in Killeen? Can we do that? Come together collectively and be effective for the people of Killeen and not just ourselves? Council can sit here and waste time playing he said, she said, or we can get to work on what we can control, which is the present. So could we get out this he say, she said stuff and work on the present and move forward now? And the things that we have for the city and the citizens here in our community? I'm so tired of this stuff here, so tired of it. So done with it, so over with it. This is ridiculous.
Councilmember Brown.
I appreciate nobody else speaking for my motives. I also will say that we didn't do anything to fail. There was no investigation done. You didn't do any investigating. Don't apologize on my behalf. Don't try to act above the fray. Don't throw rocks and hide your hands when you want to make comments and say that you should watch what you're saying about other people, and then you directly insult and tear down other council members that your peers with the governing standards actually say you're not supposed to discuss personalities of council members. So, I mean, if you want to be following procedures, then you both should probably know the job because you've been up here long enough. What was said by Mayor Pro Tem is that when she had a conversation, the response was that it was taken out of context because I said the word directive. And for that, I again apologize that I used the word directive when it was not a directive. I will not apologize for bringing to public and to light information that I was told that specifically there was a conversation that was had. And I understand a conversation is not a directive, and you are correct, Mr. Cagle. that words matter and using the correct words are important. So I apologize for using the word directive. I do believe that it's possible. There was a conversation had at one point, whether it was with Tyler or somebody else, that said the city is looking into it, the city is going to handle it. It could have been misconstrued. But what was said by Mr. Robert standing here was not, nobody ever told me that. Nobody ever had that conversation with me. Nobody ever said anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about. The response of Mr. Robert was, I do not believe this is the time or the place to have this discussion, which is why it was moved forward as an inquiry, as let's look into this. And you were not here at that time. That occurred on June the 2nd. June the 2nd. You had already left.
I was here when you started circulating the rumor because I got questions from other council members. So
I have
that is
the
not
floor, sir.
accurate.
It was brought up here on June the 2nd. You were not here. I talked to 2 other people. It was not me circulating rumors. I still have to follow the law. I am still required to abide by the Open Meetings Act. I have been told repeatedly since coming back on the council, nothing will be put on the agenda at a council member request if it's not in an RQ item. 1 minute, please.
I want to, for a minute.
Thank you.
1, anybody else? 2, Mayor Pro Tem? 3,
I'll say yes. It's 4. Thank you. So with all of that said, somewhere along the line, there was a miscommunication. With all of that said, I don't regret that this is happening in the public eye because this is how transparency is built. This is how trust is built. Mr. Cagle, I don't have any proof other than a conversation that I had with somebody else in a professional position. And so, I don't think there was any action being taken on it. We were just searching for answers. At the end of the day, Mr. Robert really believes that somebody from staff made a comment to him that would indicate that he shouldn't make it a priority. And that's all I was getting to the bottom to, was
Okay,
who
your
that
time is up,
person was.
Councilmember Brown. Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor this point, but I do think it's important that council remember, we are responsible ultimately for oversight. So I'm going to stress again, this is why this is very important that for future forward, whether it's an issue that we think is not important or whatever the case may be, that we have a process in place to be able to effectively handle and disseminate that information once we've received it. The only reason, as I don't want anybody speaking for me either, the only reason that I even went along with moving it forward to identify specifically was what staff member said this to Mr. Robert, was because he did not definitively at that podium say, Ms. Brown, I don't know what you're talking about. This is not true. I have never said that. So had he done that, my response would have definitely been different, but I did think it was warranted. I say this also to say, though, I have never, in my experience, which is also why it was shocking to me, but in my experience, when it comes to the search for grocery, since my time on council, the statement has been to leave no stone unturned. Mr. Cagle did make a point that he's talked to people who have had experience in grocery and people who have definitely not had experience at all. And I can say that that is 100% a true statement, because a lot of times I've brought these people to him in different capacities, and he has been always forthcoming having these conversations with different folks. He and Assistant City Manager Ms. Wilson as well, with different people who have inquired about the opportunity for grocery. So I just want to make sure that we go on the record 100%, regardless of what the inquiry, investigation process, no process, whether, whatever has come of this today, and I'm standing on the fact that I don't have any information to move anything forward with based on what I've heard and my conversations that I've had. I need the public to understand, though, that no stone was left unturned regardless of what has transpired during these conversations, that anytime there was an inquiry, anytime there was a opportunity, we've sought them. Council has sought them. Citizens have brought them to us. There are citizens right now working on projects that are trying to figure out how to get groceries still to District 1. So there is no stone that has been left unturned regardless. And so with that, I just want to make sure that I go on the record and say that Mr. Cagle's always been forthcoming and always been helpful in that respect. And so for that, I am thankful. For the public, we have done our due diligence and no stone has been left unturned.
Councilmember Kendricks, this is your second time.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem said it, oversight. But only thing I want to add to that oversight piece is have your facts together before you accuse. Because I've seen this play out, my experience, seeing it happen to a leader in the military get accused of something, and before they had the facts, that person was pulled from being a drill sergeant and everything, and when it came back, they was found to be innocent, just like this case right here. We have to have our facts together, and strong leadership does that. I'm going to harp on that point of leadership, because without leadership, this city will fail. This city will fall. And that is not what we want. We want the best of the best heading our departments and everything. But it gets to a place to when the leadership up under you, your subordinates, don't believe you have that confidence in them, then they start to want to leave, which meaning you'll have, and I said this before, you'll have that high turnover rate, which will hurt the city. And we gotta get right. And I will tell you, my first year on council, I didn't have no marathon meetings. My first year on council, there was not bickering amongst the council. It happened before I came on council, and it's back. And there's only one common denominator. Whether you want to agree with me or not, there's only one common denominator. And they walked out right now because they knew I was going to hit it. So I'm telling y'all, those are facts, leadership. If you can put yourself in that situation, then be able to stay in the kitchen when the fire get hot. And that's all I got.
Councilmember Nash King, sure.
Mr. Mayor, this is my last time. And the only thing I have to say is this. It's laughable to me when I'm here. Leaders, that's what we use in leadership, leaders. Everyone got an excuse, justifiable, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand what's wrong with this picture? We accused our city manager without that putting it in people's mind as if something is true. When I say I want to look into something, and it's all seven, I'm taking all of us. I'm not saying one person did this, one person this and that. Before, when that was brought to us, as well as we table everything there, we could have tabled that and each individual could have spoken to him. This is all of us. We can sit up here and say what we say and, oh, thank God. This was a political, to me, my opinion, stunt. We all are a part of take ownership. And we could have resolved all of this before it even got to this level if we would have took the initiative to go to Mr. Cagle and talk to him and not even go through all of this. It's not that we're not hiding anything or no, it's just simple. We could have handled this different. And whether we apologize to Mr. Cagle or not, and Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping that you can give Mr. Cagle all the allotted time that is needed. Because we done justified why we did it, beyond justification. And he need us to understand, his bosses to understand what this did to me, my reputation, my family. You the one, I wasn't here. I didn't bring Mr. Cagle back because I wasn't here to have a vote in it. And it's 4 people didn't have a say. But we brought him back because we know we couldn't do the job without him. I wasn't here when that decision was made. I had to step down. Then if we trust him to come back to do the job, then we should have trusted him. And that includes me too, because I worked with him. I think the only people that's really innocent in this not even innocent, I take that word out, that can say they haven't worked with him before this, is Councilmember Bass and Councilmember Williams, because all of us have. And we know his character, we know his reputation, and I still will stand instead of justifying why we did it. Humble yourself and apologize. Whether you do it now, which I doubt, find some time in your heart later on to go to him face to face and apologize. We reacted too fast without having the evidence.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Councilmember Williams.
So the moral of the story is that Cagle, City Manager Cagle didn't do anything. You didn't do what was said of you to do. I just want to hear that, and everybody else can hear that, and then we can move on. You didn't do what you were accused of doing, or said what you were accused of saying.
No, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So it's on the record.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Williams, as well. Just want to make sure that you also state the fact that there was no accusation of Mr. Cagle by me. That was a staff member, is what was originally said. A staff member that gave this directive, and then it came out later on, supposedly, that somehow that Cagle had said, made this statement. Again, I stand on it, and Mr. Cagle, I can attest to the fact that he has, alongside us, myself and many other council members, left no stone unturned as it related to the search for the grocery store. So I just want to say that. Again, thank you for that, Mr. Cagle. Sorry that you had to go through this, but I want to make sure that I'm clear that he, as far as my recollection, my experience, has done everything that he could to meet with people, speak to people, and answer inquiries about process as it relates to this grocery store. That has been my experience with it. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
I'm going to say this, if your only response is to insult other people sitting up here, then you're probably not being very genuine or leader-esque yourself. What I do think is great about the process of doing this publicly is that Mr. Cagle had the opportunity to publicly state his case. Had it been done in executive session, we would have had to put an agenda item that said something about the individual who we were going in to discuss, or some sort of general idea of what the discussion was. It would have happened behind closed doors, and then it would have been nothing but speculation. Having the opportunity to do this in public allowed you to give your public statement on your position on the case. For that, I will not apologize either. Your name was publicly called. You were able to publicly defend yourself. I think it would have been worse if it had been nothing but speculation behind closed doors. Again, this is how we foster transparency and trust and allow you the same opportunity, since you were called out in public, to defend yourself in public. This is not a political stunt. Oversight is not a political stunt. Any discussions that matter is nothing but personal or political. So I appreciate everybody's time, and I can't wait to hear about the budget.
Okay, Mr. Cagle, you have any response?
Well, I completely disagree with her assessment. This was very unprofessional, and it reflects poorly on the city. I'm not worried about my reputation. She can't harm that. But the city's reputation was harmed. This was not a good process. Leave it at that.
And I want to say, Mr. Cagle, thank you for doing what you've done for this city. You've
Yes,
done
sir.
a lot. And I've always, I never came to you, never asked questions. I had no doubt, no doubt. Thank you for being the person you are, regardless of what everybody say. Again, like someone else said, that you have family. You're a human like everybody else, and you have feelings. And no, I have not doubted you since I met you. And you're very professional, and I believe that we need to leave. We have to leave. We are counsel here. We are not the professionals. And we have to leave that kind of work and not assume so quickly, regardless of what we hear. Just regardless of what we hear. And, but to know your track record, all you have to do is look at your track record, what you have done over the years, literally over the years, and how that you have brought this city. This city is much better. This Killeen is much better because we got you.
Thank you.
And regardless of what, whoever say what, because frankly, I don't really care what people say, how they say it. I've gotten to the age now, I don't care, but Mr. Cagle, thank you. All I want to say is thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. With that said, Council, Madam Secretary, item number 12.
Item 12, DS 26054, receive fiscal year 2027 proposed annual budget and overview provided by the city manager.
All right, Mayor and Council, once again, I just want to thank all of you for rearranging this. For those that don't know, I had some pretty major surgery a week or so ago, and I'm getting kind of weak, and I'd like to get through this, and then I'll probably go. So this is not a lot different than what you saw. There are some changes, and this is the proposed budget. We still don't have the final tax numbers. It'll be similar to last year. At the meeting in the future, when we get the final numbers, we'll bring you what that means to the budget, and you'll have those options of what to do with that information. So here we are, July 7th. This is just a discussion. The only action that you're taking tonight is to set the date for the budget public hearing, which will be on July 28th. Well, I have to figure out how to do this over here. All right. Maybe I'll just come down to the front and do it.
Would you want someone to do that for you, sir?
Nah, I got it. Well, it may not be working here either. Okay. There we go. So the 2027 budget started back in February with some directions from council based on these priorities. And what I'd like to do tonight, there's like 70 slides, so the stuff that hasn't changed that we've already, I'll go through a little faster and then focus on the new information. So this is new information. Our estimated population next year in the middle of the budget, 164,156. You look out 40 years, in 2040, which is not all that far away now, will be almost 180,000 people. So we take that as one measure, since employees are our largest expense. How many employees per 1,000 residents do we have? And you can see back in 2016, the highest number we had, 9.59 city employees for every 1,000 residents. And today we have 8.57, and that's based on this budget. There are very few additions, some in solid waste and the airport, and that's it. That number would go down slightly if those are not approved. Our median household income, $60,977. That's household income. Our tax-supported debt per person, look at this per capita, slowly been declining since 2014 with some ups and downs, and now at $941.41. Now, we take this information and we compare against some of our peer cities. Two categories, our neighbors in those cities from around the state that are closer to our size. So you see we're about in the middle of this chart. Lubbock's the biggest city we compare against, and Belton is the smallest city that we compare against. So let's look at the expenditures per capita. How much do these cities spend per person, including the city of Killeen? Now, our number is based on the proposed budget. The other numbers that you see in blue are based on their existing budget. We don't have their proposed, but it's still a very good comparison. And we've done a couple of things to make the comparisons more accurate, because if a city has an electric utility, their numbers would be off the chart. So Denton is one that has an electric utility. There's a couple of others in there. So we removed the electric utility from their expenditures per capita. If they run their own transit system or have a museum, we removed those. But it's a pretty good comparison. You can see we're in the bottom third of our comparison cities in expenditures per capita. Median household income, same. We're in about the bottom third of the comparison cities. Employees per 1,000 residents, we're just below the median on this one at the 8.69 employees. But once again, the rest of these numbers will go up. Most likely go up a little bit with their proposed budget. Those are their current budgets. This is an important slide because, as I said, the majority of our expenses come from employees, and so the number of our employees obviously translates into the dollars in the budget. Now, if we look at an all funds summary, this is all of our funds together, and the expenses under the proposed budget for 2027, this is the number you should use, $316,708,503. Now, it looks a little strange against $285 million in revenues because this includes all funds. It includes bond funds. When you borrow money, that's a one-time revenue. Then you spend it down. That's the main reason that you see the difference there. I went over this before. Obviously, we lost our contracts ran out that were so favorable on electricity. We still have good contracts, but they're much more expensive. And then risk management, IT, medical insurance, and 3% cost of living. But I will say this about medical insurance. It was brought up that is this a problem that we went self-insured? No. We wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't be giving a cost of living increase if we hadn't gone. When you compare the increases that we have given since we went self-insured, they're minuscule. They're minuscule compared to industry averages. It's just unfortunate that we didn't make that move sooner. Into the general fund. This is the main thing I'd point out here. You see total expenditures in the general fund, $137 million. That is a 3.19% increase. And if you add population growth and in the rate of inflation, we're well below that. Now, where does the money come from? Where does it go? Over 70% of our revenue comes from property tax and sales tax. 64% of our expenditures go to public safety. So you can see that your property tax doesn't even cover police and fire. Everything else is a much smaller revenue after property tax and sales tax. And those two major revenues cover just a little bit more than all of public safety. Our major revenue changes, we'll talk about the property tax rate increase that's proposed in just a moment. Ambulance fees, we did better on the DV exemption reimbursement than we expected. Fire deployment reimbursement fines, and then there's also decreases as well. So one more time, just to hit on the disabled veterans exemption, I want to correct one thing. The local media has continued to say over time we've lost 18 million. No, that's incorrect. That's in this year proposed. Over time, it's 116 million compared against 23 million in reimbursements from the state of Texas. And once again, this is a huge number. And what we're asking, what we're talking about, the reason we always bring it up, this is supposed to be a statewide benefit, and it should be paid for by the state of Texas. Just quickly, since 2020, you can see that every year the increase in exemptions has been greater than all the new construction in that year in the city of Killeen. Every new house, every new business, every convenience store, apartment, duplex is overwhelmed by the increase in the disabled veterans exemption. Major expenses, we've gone over these before. The biggest one by far is the 3% cost of living adjustment. Now, one of the things that's usually a big topic of conversation is not just what's in the budget, but what's not in it. These were requests that were not funded, 42 and a half employees, 70 total requests for about $6 million in revenue, and this is the general fund. And just to let you know, another unfunded request that came through the police meet and confer agreement, they ask about it. It's not in the final document, but I wanted to make you aware that they did ask what it would cost to increase the TMRS employee contribution from 7 to 8. Obviously, that costs the employee 1%, but the city's since the city matches 2 for 1, that contribution would go from 14.4% to 16.87% for a cost, all funds, of about $2 million. And that also couldn't occur without a vote from the city council and without a positive vote from the employees to make that move. And that would be all the employees. We've gone over this, the community partner request, about what's in the budget and what's not in the budget. Our preliminary ad valorem tax roll. You can see the preliminary, the total adjusted value about 10.4 billion, but when you look at the market value, it's about 16 billion. We lose that, almost 6 billion. Thank you. And a variety of exemptions and freezes. So, here's the issue of the tax rate. These two numbers are wrong. That should be 26. That should be 27. Apologize for that. 70.14 to 72.15 for a 2.01% or 2.01 cent increase. Yeah, let me go back to that. Just the history of our tax rate, it's split here between our maintenance and operations and our debt rate. And it shows you that we peaked back in 2011 at 74.28 and stayed about the same, or did stay the same, up until 2020 when we were able to do some reductions. I think we did a lot of good work to get those down, but we were overwhelmed completely overwhelmed by the DV exemption and could not continue that. Sales tax has been very flat lately. On to the water and sewer fund. No real changes here, so what I'll do is I'm going to click through and get to what the water bill would look like. Almost there. So this average residential customer in the city of Killeen uses 5,600 gallons of water per month, and the water and sewer bill based on that. So you can see the changes that would, in sewer, it would be a 2.07% increase, water 4.97% increase. On the water bill, because you have other things than water and sewer, $2.05 for overall 2.16% increase on your utility bill. Now let's compare to some of our benchmark cities. All the same cities we saw in the previous benchmarks, you can see that we have very low water rates. And once again, these are in the red with Killeen, these are our proposed water rates versus the water rates that exist in the other cities right now. I'm certain probably the majority of those will go up by some amount, some small, some large. The thing I would say this is a great thing. We want to be able to keep it low, but it's also something to be concerned about. The questions we ought to be asking, are we doing the proper maintenance? We've worked very hard the past several years to make sure we are doing that. And while we're now getting up to date on all of our elevated storage tanks, on all of our pump stations, on all of our lift stations, we've made significant investments in some equipment that was very, very old. But what we had to do with this budget, we're not transferring as much money as I think we ought to for water line replacement. We worked really hard to get money in the budget to start replacing the old water lines in the north side. And we've been doing a good job of it. And I would hope that at the next budget, we can get back on track and start doing more of that. The major expenses, the cost of living adjustment and IT. Now, the utility fund is a little bit different. It's one of those funds where personnel are not necessarily your largest cost. That's going to be the purchase of treated water and the disposal of treated wastewater will be the major costs. And thankfully this time, we haven't had much of an increase at all from WCID, so that was helpful in this budget. About $843,000 worth of unfunded decision packages, 9 full-time employees. Solid Waste Fund, here are some changes based on some rate increases, not the base rate. Base rate hasn't increased in years, but a total expenses of about $29.7 million, ending with a strong working capital. These are the major revenue changes. As I said, the base rate does not increase. As we add new houses every year, we obviously get more revenue, more customers. That also drives the need for additional routes. We have found that in the competitive market, our roll-off containers were far, far below what the privates were charging. So we had a significant increase there, and we're still well below. We're still the bargain in town. The brush collection fee, then is it residential and commercial growth? That's just more customers. And then we do have some decreases, some small decreases. With that, we're able to address some issues, the 3% cost of living, all the other things that are common in the other funds. But, well, it'll be the next slide. I just want this to show you that since 2010, one of our major costs to transport solid waste and dispose of it, to take it from the transfer station, to take it to the landfill, has gone from just over $10 a ton to today, about $54 a ton. That's this line here. And during that time, we have not raised the base rate since 2016. We don't recommend raising it this year either. It may have to happen the next year. I think I've stood here and said this several times. It may have to happen the next year, and we've always found a way or found some other rates or done some other things to avoid that. We'll see. These are the 6 approved. It's 5 employees, 1 equipment operator at the transfer station, 2 equipment operators, people on the trucks, 1 person at the recycling center, and a senior secretary at the recycling center, and some equipment. Into the drainage utility fund, no changes here, small decrease. It went way ahead of me, I'm sorry. On to the aviation fund, in strong shape. We do have a couple of decision packages that we were able to approve, still in with a very strong working capital. A lot more traffic at GRK. We're selling more jet fuel, and we will have the office space finished and will be leased up. Now, when we sell more jet fuel, it means we buy more jet fuel, so those costs have gone up. So it's 1 full-time position added in a truck with a trailer that's related to the IGSA and it was funded through the IGSA. So still some unfunded decision packages in aviation. Golf course fund, great story. The improvements, I'm not 100% sure, but they got to be 99% finished with the irrigation. The bunkers are done, trees are planted, the place is looking really good, and play is up. And this golf course is funded by the people that play out there. It's not funded by tax dollars. Green fees, that doesn't mean the rates are going up. It just means we knew we were going to be down this year during construction, and next year we'll have a full year of play. Some increases, and this is just to show what happened when we contracted out the golf operations somewhere in this area. We went from losing a lot of money to starting to make a little bit of money and being able to invest it back in the course. Hot fund, this is one that's not in the greatest shape, but we still end with a strong fund balance percentage. We know our issues related to this fund have been related to short-term rental fees, and we're working on that. I think the audit committee just had a pretty good meeting on that today. So in the past, we'd overestimated some expenses and, overestimated some revenues that didn't come in, left us in a little bit of a problem, but we're going to recover. Same type of increases in this fund as in the others. No personnel requests, some operational requests. And if you remember last time I told you that we have some roof issues, some building issues that need to be dealt with, and we believe we can make some minor repairs now. And as we continue to pay off the debt, getting closer to that day when the mortgage is paid off on that building, we can probably, recommendation would be to issue some debt and do some major repairs. The last one, street maintenance fund, obviously in great shape. I had hoped when we got back there would be paving on Stagecoach, but I did drive it today, and they're very, very close. And once the one side is, the top coat, they'll cover both, will be done very quickly. That's the good story. It's not one to advance, but the bad story is then we pick up further to the west and repair it all the way to 195. But it's amazing to be able to have the funds to make those repairs. And once again, the expenditures in this fund will change dramatically from year to year.
We'll always do the basic maintenance with this money, but then we'll save up money over time and then take on another big project. And obviously, these are the next big projects. We've already started the engineering on Zephyr Road. And as soon as Phase 1 of Stagecoach is finished, we get Phase 2 knocked out, then all attention is on Zephyr. And I believe that is it.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. Just keep in mind, Council, we don't want to keep, Mr. Cagle, if you want to...
I'm in good shape. Yeah, I'll go sit. Yes, sir, that's a
Yeah.
good idea. Thank you.
Yeah. You want to take a seat? Thank you, sir. We'll wait till you get over there. Thank you for the presentation. Really good. Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle. I understand how you're feeling. I've had the same procedure, and I know how difficult that is, and to especially stand there throughout that whole presentation. So I do appreciate you. Thank you for that. And I'm not even going to ask a question that requires a lot of discussion. I just want to know, are we, in the past, it has been on the agenda for each meeting leading up to when we eventually pass the budget to discuss it. Will that be the same thing in this situation?
You know, thank you for reminding me of that. We'll have to post, well, we got a week, but yes. So if y'all will help remind me of that, we need to put a budget discussion, make sure, it may have already been programmed. I think it probably is, but I'm just asking for a little help to make sure that we do that.
And any other questions? I emailed a lot, just so everybody knows, I am guilty of sending a lot of emails to city staff, where I do ask a lot of these questions in advance. So I already emailed about 20 questions to the city manager about it, and I appreciate how detailed the responses are.
Good.
They've made it so much easier for me, and I hope for the rest of the council to get through the budget and understanding the changes. And that way we can also help to disseminate the information about it. During which meeting would it be appropriate to talk about recommendations for any changes or to the community partners? And that's my only question for you, sir.
Sure. Well, if we're putting the budget discussion on every meeting, it'd be as soon as the next meeting.
Thank you.
Actually, the sooner the better.
I guess I do. One other question. Would you prefer we email you those recommendations to go on a presentation or just ask them when we get here?
I guess really both.
Okay.
It'd be great so we could kind of be ready.
Perfect. Thank you.
All righty. Any other questions for Mr. Cagle? Mr. Cagle, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Really appreciate that. Okay. Then that leads us to, we will go to consent items. Okay, how we would do that, city attorney, we've already, there won't be any presentation, so we can, actually, we're going into our regular session now. The consent items, is that correct?
That is correct. So we just read them. I would like to request that we pull item RS 26104, which is the governing standards, off of the consent agenda, since we're not going to be approving adoption of them tonight. So I'd like to pull them just to get that move, just get a motion of direction to come back at the next meeting. What's that?
Which one is that, sir, again? Excuse me. Which one is that?
It's RS 26104. It's item number 4.
Okay. Okay, right. Okay, so we need a motion on that to?
Yes. Yes, would just be a motion to just to
Can I
pull
get
it
a
and put it
motion?
on the regular agenda.
Councilmember Brown? Read the, we can, yes. Madam Secretary? can we just read the, yeah, the consent items, just the, yeah, the one that we were pulling. All of them?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you can read, you don't have to read the entire.
No, just the numbers, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, consent agenda. RS 26101, RS 26102, RS 26103, RS 26104, RS 26105, RS 26106, OR 26010, OR 26011, and OR 26012.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And Councilmember Brown?
So I move to approve the consent agenda with the following exceptions. Item number 3, RS 26103, the fee increase for animal services. Number 4, RS 26-104, the governing standards. Number 5, RS 26105, the city secretary, just so we have the opportunity to introduce her. And then number 9, OR 26012, the cell phone tower zoning.
Okay, can I get a second? Councilmember Bass?
I'll second.
Did you say? Okay, I'm looking at the names here. Councilmember Williams, did you second it?
I second it, yeah.
All right, was second. All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor, signify pushing yes. All opposed, no. I'll see you, Mayor Pro Tim. You in favor? Motion carries 5 to 0. Let the record show that Councilmember Nash King has left. Meeting. Okay. All right. Okay, so we move on to public hearing. Item number 3. So we're pulling these 103 and 104. Yes, ma'am. Could you read that?
RS 26103. Consider a memorandum resolution to authorize the approval of the fiscal year 2027 fee increases for the Animal Services Division.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor.
Mrs. Tangleman.
Thank you. This item is to discuss the animal services fee schedule. Would you like to see the whole presentation or just the discussion? So just a little background. The public hearing was held on June 16 for the fee schedule, and we have a motion or direction to bring back the animal services fees. And that is City Manager, Ms. Laurie, is going to talk about those fees.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Tangleman. So there were a couple questions that were proposed during our last discussion related to this. One related to surrender fees and one related to adoption fees. The owner surrender fees, one of the things that came up during that last discussion was a concern about increasing the owner surrender fees and causing an adverse reaction to the number of strays that would be on the street. So staff pulled the last 5 years' worth of data, and there's no correlation between owner surrender intake and strays out on the street. So this is something that we did research and just couldn't find a correlation available. I'll add that we receive a significant amount of requests for owner surrenders. So even right now, we currently have a wait list. If you're wanting to surrender your pet, you're going to wait until at least October in order to do that surrender. When staff has that wait list available, they're going to talk to the citizens about other options available. If there's a nearby shelter or rescue group that might be able to take the pet, so that way there is an option available, but it may not be the Clean Animal Services that's able to assist them at that time. So that being said, when we have to wait list people that significantly, I don't know that that's the best time to necessarily decrease your fees, because that's just going to exacerbate the issue. Do you have questions on surrender fees before I move on to adoption fees?
Any questions, council?
The animal adoption fees are one of the other things that came up, and one of the things Ms. Moore explained is we made some significant revisions in animal services to the fee structure. And we used to have a really hard time as a staff explaining to people how much it would cost to actually adopt a pet, because it's not just the adoption fee. It's okay, if it's a dog, they need a leash. If it's a cat, they need a carrier. Is it sterilized? Is it unsterilized? Does it need certain vaccines? And we could figure it out based on a case-by-case basis on the pet they were interested in, but we didn't feel like that was really offering great service to the customer. Beyond that, we were letting animals leave the building that didn't necessarily meet our standards of compliance. And so what we would do is tell the adopter, you can come back with your proof of rabies vaccine, if it's microchipped, and show us that later. But now that we have an in-house vet, even though it's part-time, we're able to offer a lot of those services in-house. So we want to make sure that we're offering compliant pets that go out the door. And so rather than separating all of these fees out individually and not being as what we feel is transparent to the customer about what our rates are, we're going to throw everything in if you get either a sterilized or an unsterilized pet, so that way you're aware of what the true cost is going to be. And so if you look at those costs of what it used to cost for a like-by-like comparison, the adoption fee for a cat actually went down $15 with everything included, and the proposed adoption fee for a dog is only going up about $4. So are there additional questions you had about that?
Council, do you have any, Councilmember Brown?
So again, I brought this back because of my concern about how we compare to our neighboring cities, not just our comparable cities in size like Georgetown or Waco, that are not right here. And what I've seen in researching on my own is that $75 for an adoption, even when you add for those cities that still itemize adoption fees instead of putting it all in one, that still puts us above pretty much everyone in the area, with the exception of one particular instance for an adult dog who comes into the shelter unneutered, and then they perform the neutering process instead of giving you a voucher to go get them neutered yourself, which would be an $80 adoption fee if you take that, them actually doing the alteration there. I actually, on average, what I've seen, looking even as far as the Bell County shelter, since I know a lot of Killeen residents will go out to the Bell County shelter, is about $50 is the top of what I've seen when you add everything together. So I'm concerned that with that $75 adoption fee, especially, we're going to continue to have this constant issue of being over capacity or at our absolute top capacity legally possible, because we're pushing people to other places to get those adoptions done. So the one big question that I've been asked, and just honestly the past 2 days, is with the increased fees, what will those costs be going to?
Our costs across the city, our goal is cost recovery. It's not like we make a whole lot of money on anything that we do. And so we want to try and recover those costs and put it back into our facility, make sure that we're paying for our leashes. The costs that we're providing for a lot of these services are just our true cost. It's our cost for microchipping. I think we're charging $10 or proposing that because we found a better deal on microchips. charging $1 for a leash, $5 for a cat carrier. It's just putting the cost back into what we're paying. I know government is often compared to private sector, and truly, I mean, government, we should be cheaper all the time because we're not paying sales tax, we're not in it to make a profit. But that being said, we need to do better about recovering some of those costs. Otherwise, the taxpayers are going to pay for it in a different way.
Right. I think that the primary concern is that we get a lot of animals that are already microchipped, that are already altered, and we're charging the same price, whether we had to put any money into them or whether, and I understand that we have other circumstances where we bring in a stray or we bring in an animal that we have had to go out and actually take away from somebody. I've seen the horrendous pictures and videos of some of the animal abuse cases that have happened in the city. And I am not discounting the fact that we have occasions where we could put thousands of dollars into a single animal to only get what it is that the current adoption rate is for everybody. And that doesn't come close to making up for what we put into that one individual animal. But I think it's unfair to have everybody paying for those circumstances that are not the norm on that one. And then before any recommendations, one other question. I'm being told, and I haven't had an opportunity to verify this, but that the state doesn't charge anything for rabies testing, that we don't actually have to pay for anything other than the transportation of the sample for testing. Is that the case?
Anything that the city is going to do, there's going to be a cost for it. There's staff time, there's overhead, there's other considerations to make. And so I have to verify that about what the state would charge for something like that if we are currently being charged. But regardless of what that fee may be for the actual service, you're still talking about staff time, transportation, gasoline, any overhead that we're having to pay. That's a traumatic procedure, too, for staff as well. And so we want to make sure that we're providing certain services for staff to deal with things like that. So there's absolutely going to be cost involved. There's no such thing as anything that we do that's 100% free just because we're going to pay for the staff to do it.
Do we offer mental health to the animal services officers?
We're doing better about that. We're partnering with PD on some of that as well. And then we, of course, citywide, we have an EAP program that all employees can take advantage of, but we're working on additional services for our animal services staff. But again, all of that comes at a cost.
Okay. So before I make any recommendation, I just want to make sure if any other council members have anything to add.
And I'll just add, too, you talked about some of the animals are sterilized, some are unsterilized. There are two separate rates. There is an unsterilized animal rate and a sterilized animal rate. And, of course, the sterilized animal rate is a little bit more, but again, I mean, that's the $75. That's not really a significant increase if you look at holistically what it used to cost versus what it costs today.
Any other discussion? Council members? Questions? Okay. Then I would need to be entertained with the Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, are you there? Okay, let the record show.
I'm here, sir. I don't have anything, though. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we see you? Or you have to? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Are we at the stage to make a motion to pass these fees?
Yes, I believe that's what staff's requesting tonight.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 fee increases for the Animal Services Division.
Is there a second? Councilmember, we'll have Councilmember Brown.
Well, I had pushed my button before the motion was made.
I'm sorry?
It was for discussion before the motion was made.
Okay, well, the motion is made now,
Do I
so,
have-
did you second that?
No, I will not.
Councilmember Kendricks? Councilmember, I have a second from Councilmember Kendricks. We're open for discussion. Councilmember Brown?
So actually, the reason I didn't want to second it is in looking through some of the other examples of what the cities are doing, I think that I saw something that I like, similar to what we did with the senior center fees, where we have one rate for residents and another rate for non-residents. Where they're on, especially the adoption and then the surrender. I believe if you're surrendering to our animal shelter, but you do not live in the city of Colleen, you should be paying more than you would if you were surrendering it and you're a resident of Colleen. And typically, that difference that I've seen on average across those cities is about $10. So I would actually be interested in doing a fee that is $10. We take $10 away from the adoption and surrender fee, and we call that the resident rate. So 70, for example, for the dog, $75 for the adoption for a resident, or 65 rather, but $85 for a non-resident. And we do the same thing for surrender, and I don't know if that's making any sense to you.
I mean, truthfully, if you're a resident or non-resident and you want to adopt a dog from our shelter, we're happy to have you at any rate. I mean, we need all the help for adoptions that we can get.
Right.
So I think in some cases, especially like you mentioned parks as an example. I mean, there are some of those services that are subsidized by our taxpayers. Like if you look at, recreation fees, they're already sort of paying for some of that. Now, does that cost recover? Absolutely not. And so that's where you have some of those additional fees for people that are using those services. For animal services, on the other hand, I mean, if you're willing to take a pet out of our shelter, like $75, $85, I mean, I don't want to charge you more to come adopt from us. We're just happy you're taking the pet and giving it to a good home.
And I would say at a very minimum, I would say that any surrenders from outside have to be more than surrenders accepted from residents of the city. Just because, again, at that point, if you're not a resident, you're not paying any tax subsidy into operating our shelter. We shouldn't be taking any animals from outside the city at the same rate that we're charging our residents who live here.
And I don't know that we even currently do. I have to verify that. But I mean, even the surrounding cities, I don't know that they necessarily take dogs from Colleen. We hear that all the time. If there's a stray out there, an owner surrender, they send them to our shelter if it's from Colleen, or if there's a chip and it says it's from Colleen. I have to verify if we're actually doing that now, that we'll even take out-of-city surrenders.
Okay. Again, I know there's a motion in a second. I'm not going to keep us here forever. I think that it's still too much. I still think that we're going to not get as much revenue as what we're projecting, because I've seen, even though we may not have more strays, even though we're still getting the same number, we're not getting the same number of surrender. We're not getting increased revenue as we're increasing the costs. As we've increased the cost, our revenue has declined based on the 3-year information that staff had sent to us. And so I don't support increasing the cost, because if it continues to follow the trend, we're going to get even less revenue at that point. So I would recommend going back a year to the prior year costs and see how we do with that, because we were actually getting more revenue overall.
And just to keep in mind, the thing to consider when you're looking at those costs not only is the cost of the fees, but it's also the intake rate. And so you're going to see a major difference if we are having an influx of animals that are either strays or surrenders or anything else. On years where we're having a lot of those, that revenue is absolutely going to be affected by that. And so it's just looking at that data holistically to make sure we're understanding the full picture and the context.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at it from an economic and financial point of view of finding where that profit point is. Because it seems, again, like every time we increase the fees, we actually make less revenue. So, and that wasn't net revenue, that was just how much we were bringing in off of each of those fees. And so that is my point and my contention on it, but we'll let the council vote. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor signify by yes. All opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem says yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the Okay, the motion has been approved by 4-1. Motion passed. Okay, it takes us to City Secretary to item number 4.
Excuse me. RS 26104, consider a memorandum resolution readopting the governing standards and expectations with amendments.
City Attorney?
Evening. So I already have all the direction from coming back with the proposed amendments. What I'm looking for now is just a motion of direction to come back with the next council meeting with those proposed red lines to the governing standards.
Okay. So we don't need to do anything.
I'm looking for a motion of direction from council to bring
Okay.
it back.
Councilmember Brown?
I move to postpone this item to the July 21st meeting to bring it back with the correction or the additions from tonight's meeting.
Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Williams. Any discussion?
Yeah, so that's the motion you were looking for, right?
Essentially, yes, that works, yes.
Okay. It'll come back next council meeting with the red lines.
Yes,
Thank you.
correct.
Okay, if there's any other discussion? No discussion? All in favor? Signify. Say yes. All opposed? No. Okay, did everyone vote? I cannot see it. Is it not working? Okay, so all in favor, raise your hand. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Okay. The motion passed 5-0. Okay, it takes us to, is it item number 6?
Number 5, sir.
Number 5? Yes,
RS 26105, consider a memorandum resolution approving the appointment of a city secretary.
Let's do this. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Okay. Tonight, I have an appointment for you. The city secretary submitted her resignation in May of '26, and the position officially became vacant on June 2nd. The position was posted for hire on May 19th, and we received 238 applications for this position. 115 of those applications were qualified applicants, meaning they met the minimum requirements of the position. And interviews were conducted by a panel on June 11th and 12th. As a result of those interviews, a conditional offer of employment was made to Ms. Elaine Simpson. Ms. Simpson has more than 25 years of local government experience as a city secretary in the state of Texas. She holds a Master's of Public Administration from the University of North Texas, a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the University of Texas of the Permian Basin. I apologize if I said that incorrectly. She also is a certified Texas Registered Municipal Clerk, a Master Municipal Clerk, a State of Texas Public Notary, and is also an IIMC Athenian Dialogue Society Fellow, as well as a part of the National Association of Parliamentarians. Huge mouthful, but very long list of credentials behind Ms. Simpson's name. And we are here to make a recommendation that the council approve the city manager's appointment of this position. And I do have Ms. Simpson in the audience with us tonight. If you would like to say hello and meet her. Come on up.
yes, ma'am. Hello, Ms. Simpson.
Hello. Hello there. Thank you for having me. I'll field any questions you might have.
Councilmember Brown.
I have 0 questions for you. I just wanted the opportunity for the public to be able to see your smiling face, know who our new city secretary is, and to welcome you to the city of Killeen, give everybody else in the public the opportunity to do the same. And so I will make a motion to accept or to approve RS 26-105.
I get a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Williams. Any discussion?
I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilmember Brown?
Is there anything that you would like to say to us about coming to Killeen?
I was going to answer that. Okay.
I'm very excited.
Okay. All in favor? Say yes. All opposed, no. I see you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. So good to have you. Okay. All right, that takes us to, is it 9? Item 9?
Item 9, OR 26012, consider an ordinance submitted by Vincent Gerard and Associates on behalf of First Assembly of God, Inc., case number Z26-10, for a conditional use permit, CUP, to allow for the installation of a wireless telecommunication tower on property zone B3, local business district, being approximately 2.0 acres, being Lot 1, Block 1, McClurkin Addition. The subject property is locally addressed as 7432 East Tremere Road, Killeen, Texas. Requires 3/4 majority vote for approval.
Okay, before we, City Attorney, they admit, they pulled this, right? So,
The applicant did request to table this for another meeting for the July or the August 4th meeting.
okay, all right. Councilmember Brown.
As per the request, also because it requires 6 affirmative votes and we only have 5 council members present and voting, I would make the motion to postpone this item until the August 4th meeting. I'm sorry, let me phrase that fully. I move to postpone OR 26-012 to the August 4th meeting.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, actually, the request to speak on that. Councilmember Williams. You second it? Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay, no discussion. All in favor, say yes. All opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem? Yes.
I'm a yes, in favor.
Okay, so motion carries 5-0. Okay. I believe that's all about discussion items. Okay. Now we are going over to Madam Secretary, our public hearing, PH 26. 020.
Sorry, public hearing. Hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance amending the corporate city limits of the city of Killeen, Bell County, Texas, DA 2601, by disannexing approximately 25.60 acres out of GW Allison Survey, abstract number 52, and R.A. McGee Survey, abstract number 651. The subject properties are generally located along Fort Hood Street, Killeen, Texas. The caption of the ordinance reads, "An ordinance amending the corporate city limits of the city of Killeen, Bell County, Texas to disannex approximately 25.60 acres of land out of the GW Allison Survey, abstract number 52, declaring said land to no longer be a part of said city, declaring said land and present and future inhabitants of said land to not be entitled to any of the rights and privileges of citizens of the city, and to not be bound by the acts and ordinances of the city, providing for a severability clause, providing for the repeal of conflicting provisions, providing for a savings clause, providing an effective date.
Okay, council, Ms. Messer has reviewed the presentation. Would y'all like for her to review it again? Okay, all right. Is the applicant here? If we invite you, if you would like to say something? No? You want to say something? Okay, you better not. Okay. All right, we're going to now open the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Do we have any names? City Attorney?
Dr. Sue Neasy Croft.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am here
Good
tonight.
evening, ma'am.
Excuse me?
Good evening.
Okay. I am here tonight to voice my strong opposition to agenda item regarding the disannexation of 25.6 acres along Fort Hood Street. We must look at this request through the lens of recent events in this neighborhood. Just 2 months ago, the community stood united against the on-mine data center proposal at 6509 South Fort Hood Street. Our Planning and Zoning Commission listened to residents' valid fears regarding noise pollution, massive grid strain, and the lack of local job creation. Rightfully denying that permit, the applicant subsequently pulled the request. Now suddenly we are faced with a massive 25.6 acre disannexation request in the same area. It is difficult not to see this as a blatant regulatory workaround. When a developer faces strict municipal oversight, public pushback, and a zoning denial from city boards, de-annexation becomes the ultimate loophole. By shrinking Killing's corporate city limits and removing this land, the property owners effectively escape the city's strict zoning codes, building safety standards, and other requirements. They shift the jurisdiction to Bell County, where land use regulations are far more lenient and where the neighboring residents of Killeen will have zero municipal say in what gets built right next to them. Furthermore, this creates dangerous infrastructure and financial blind spots for our community. While the developer may escape city taxes, the physical reality of that land does not change. Any future high-impact development on these 25 acres will still utilize city Killeen's nearby roads, impact our local traffic on Fort Hood Street, and potentially rely on mutual aid emergency agreements. Yet, if this de-annexation passes, the city loses its ability to enforce compatible standards, buffer zones, and noise ordinance. Killeen residents will be left to deal with the daily fallout while the city receives none of the property tax revenue to mitigate the infrastructure strain. If a developer can simply opt out of Killeen's borders when they do not get the zoning answers they want, it sends a dangerous precedent. It tells every commercial interest that our Planning and Zoning Commission doesn't actually have the final say-so. That is a project is rejected. The developer can just cut themselves out of the city map and do it anyway. We elect this council to protect the integrity of our city planning and the quality of life for Killeen residents. Do not allow our municipal boundaries to be carved up as a convenience tool for developers looking to bypass public accountability. Please, may I have one more minute, please?
Council? Yes.
Please protect our neighborhood, maintain our city regulatory oversight, and vote no on this annexation. And I want to say that Killeen, Texas is a very homey community. I've been here for over 35 years, and we do not take threats to our city council and what we put before our Killeen, our citizens. And I take it as a personal threat when you tell me something like that. Thank you, City Council, and the 494 thanks you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I apologize, I did call Mr. Pearson earlier during citizen comment. He did indicate that he wanted to talk during the public hearing. So I don't know if you wanted to offer that the opportunity. I guess that was Mr. Tim
Okay.
Pearson.
It's open. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you again.
Yes, sir.
I want to make clear, I very much appreciate this gentlewoman's comments before me, and I very much appreciate concerns about data centers. My point was that that is a red herring. That is not what is at issue in this petition. This petition is about whether or not the city has followed state law in providing services to a property that it involuntarily annexed. I understand that there are concerns about future development, but those concerns can be right outside the city as well as inside of the city, and it does not change the city's obligation to provide services to those property owners that it taxes and regulates. And that is as simple as it was, and then I just wanted to make sure that the council was aware, because the presentation didn't include the entirety of the law or really wasn't looking at the statute that governs petitions for disannexation. Those give a city 60 days to make a decision, and then the landowner can sue. And also, if the landowner sues and wins, they automatically get their attorney's fees. So my point was, you don't have to take my word for it. I understand that there's differences of opinion in legal interpretation, but we've made these arguments in front of other courts in very similar situations. We have won decidedly on motions for summary judgment. We've gotten awarded attorney's fees. So I want to make sure the council understands what it's actually potentially voting on today. That was my only purpose. But thank you again for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And that was the last, which is the two.
Now close public hearing. Okay. Councilmember Bass.
Can make a motion, yes, at this time, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to deny disannexing this property.
Is there a second? Councilmember Brown?
Second for discussion.
Second. Open for discussion.
This is for the city attorney. Just want to make sure procedurally, is it proper at this point if we approve the motion to disapprove disannexation, then immediately following that, would it be appropriate timing to make a motion of direction for a city-initiated zoning request as we had discussed during the work session?
You're just talking about just coming back, just directing
A motion
staff
of
right
direction,
after?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
Okay.
could happen right after this item is taken care of.
Okay, so Mayor, I'd request that once we finish the vote on the motion on the floor, if I could please speak one more time to make the next motion of direction on it.
Okay, let's get through this, then we can,
Yeah, that was just my request.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kendricks.
I would like to second Councilmember Bass' motion.
It was already, she seconded.
Oh,
It was already seconded. It's open for discussion now.
No discussion there.
Okay. If there's no discussion, all in favor signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. That's a yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Could everyone vote? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, is that a yes? All opposed? Okay. Motion carries 5-0. You oppose?
I raised
So-
my hand. I voted. Yes.
Okay, so the motion passed 5-10, 5-0. Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. So based on our discussion and I think the general consensus from the workshop, I make a motion of direction to have staff initiate the process of what would be an appropriate zoning for the property owner to continue operating their business and be compliant with their zoning. I don't want to be, I guess that I'll be more specific then. To do the B4 with a conditional use permit to allow for the usage of a salvage yard and used auto parts business.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, a motion of direction. Is there a second? Is there a second? No second, the motion fails.
She wants you to repeat
Okay, Council, I'm asking y'all to speak up, please, so we can move the meeting on. Please repeat the motion.
A motion of direction to have staff initiate the process of zoning to bring them into compliance under B4 with a conditional use permit to operate their existing business.
Okay. There's no second, the motion fails. Okay. Councilmember Bass?
I did not second that because I don't want to be specific with the staff yet. I make a motion of direction to the staff to come back with a recommendation for appropriate zoning for this business.
Is there a second, Councilmember Brown?
A second.
Any discussion? No discussion? Yes, Councilmember Kendricks.
Is Ms. Meshner still here? I just have a simple question. In the land that is around this area, would it be totally appropriate with the zoning that's currently around is to come back to zone it, I think you just said R4?
Right now, it's just whatever staff finds appropriate.
I think the only one that would be appropriate if this was to come back would be R4 because with, I believe you said M2, M2, there is no guarantees and control.
M2 would allow the use by right. We have not, as a matter of practice, recommended approval of M2 immediately adjacent to single-family residential property. So in
Right,
this
that was
case,
my main
I wouldn't
concern.
recommend M2, but conceivably B4 with a conditional use permit.
That's my main concern because there is residential around that area. So that was my main concern.
My opinion is that either B3 or B4 with a conditional use permit overlay to allow for the salvage yard would be an appropriate zoning.
Okay, that was my question. I'm good.
Okay, is there any, Councilmember Bass?
Yes, I want to be clear. This business is good for our city. The owner can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I have a junk car, and I live on Velma Drive, his business is the right place for me to dispose of that junkyard. It's dispose of that junk car. That's a service that this business provides that's very valuable to the city. If I decide to keep my junk car and get it running again, I can go out to the salvage yard and find parts for that car, correct? Right. And if the city has an abandoned car on a street and needs it towed, this business will do that for the city. So I just want to express that this business performs very valuable services to our city and our citizens. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Okay, yes, Councilmember.
Thank you,
Ms. King.
Mr. Bear. I apologize. I had left my inhaler at home and I had to go get it. Mrs. Messer, I missed the part. What was your recommendation? Is it still the one in the package or have you changed it?
So the recommendation in the packet was for disapproval of the disannexation,
Okay.
which council's already voted on.
Okay,
So the discussion now is the motion of direction to bring back a zoning item.
okay, okay.
Councilmember Bass?
The motion is that the staff will come back with what they believe is appropriate after they discuss this. And it sounds like we're getting close to a consensus on what that is, but I don't want to lock you in until the staff can really take a close look at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it. Councilmember Nash King?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is my other thing. I would like to see the recommendations, because when I spoke about it earlier, where it's as fair as it possibly can be for the city protecting our rights as well as for the resident that's trying to, may want to add to what he already have. And if there were some improvements that needs to be done, that he is allowed to do that. But I am against at this time, per the residents, because we have gone and said this many times, a data center for the city, especially with us trying to get our resources together. Thank you.
Okay. If there is no other discussion, all in favor, signify by saying yes. All opposed, no. Council Mayor Pro Tem? Is Mayor Pro Tem on? She's not there. Okay, the motion passed 5-0. Okay. Madam Secretary.
DS 26053, discuss and receive Killeen Arts Commission Poet Laureate presentation.
Welcome back, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council Member. We have the Killeen Arts Commission chairperson today, Mr. Brown, and he's going to present this presentation.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me today. I bring you greetings from your Arts Commission. We originally brought forth the idea of the Poet Laureate program in April when we brought our goals for the Commission's annual report. The proposal result of a great deal of research done by one of our former members, Denise Sherman. She did an excellent job. So the purpose of the mission: establish the Killeen Poet Laureate program as an official cultural initiative, appoint a literary ambassador to promote literacy and civic expression, support downtown activation and community engagement through the arts, celebrate Killeen's diverse identity through state of the city, poems, and public workshops. Tell you more about that in a minute. So we want to establish a Killeen Poet Laureate program. There's several across the state. The big cities are doing them, and you should really understand that Killeen was one of the biggest names across the nation when it came to competitive poetry, poetry slam, spoken word. For 10 years running, we were at the national level, and when it came to competitions, people trembled. There was a great deal of work being done here in the city, and the entire country knew who Killeen and the Killeen poets were. The program fosters inclusive and vibrant literary culture by celebrating poetry as a tool for civic expression, storytelling, literary advancement, and cultural representation. Where should I aim this thing at? There we go. The term would be 2 years. Compensation for the poet, $5,000 per year, or $10,000 for their term. Each one of them would serve a 2-year term. Eligibility, 21 years of age, resident of Killeen for a minimum of 2 years prior to application, established body of specific poetic work. They've been published, they perform, or any other documentation that establishes them as poets. Evidence of previous community engagement and availability for required program commitments. The Poet Laureate shall compose and present an annual civic poem for reflecting Killeen's identity, history, and community of voice. So it would be like their state of the city report to you in poetic form. They would have a minimum of 4 public readings annually, 4 school or library workshops annually. A lot of the Poet Laureates engage the schools and bring the students. And even though you might not think today, well, what is this Poet Laureate going to do for me? There's a lot of downstream effects to a literary program, bringing our students into reading, the love of communication. Communication is essential in everything we do, especially here in this room. Participate in civic events upon request. So if there's something going on with the city, you'd have an official ambassador or spokesman within the Poet Laureate. Collaborate with the Arts Commission or designated administering department on program initiatives, and develop one legacy literary project during their term. An example of that is the current Austin Poet Laureate, who is the first Poet Laureate for Austin, is developing literary programs and going into the high schools. We just published one of his books, his first work of art. He's one of the top named individuals in Austin for poetry, poetic works, and theater. The Arts Commission advisory input and program governance as assigned by the council. Current city staff will participate in administrative coordination, event scheduling, documentation, and we want to bring the library into budgetary and financial management, archival of the program, literary documentation, digital storage, public access to the program and materials. The budget allocation for fiscal year 2027, we're looking at a total request of $18,000, $5,000 for venues and operations, $5,000 for the Poet Laureate, $3,000 for programming, $2,000 for marketing, a little over $1,500 for travel and administration. When we we've been working on this for about 3 or 4 years now, and when we initially started looking into this, it was the thought and expectation that we will be able to do this from the Arts Commission's budget. We would really prefer to use the Arts Commission's budget, but our understanding is that because the money is coming from the hotel tax, there might be some either legal or policy issues with that. So if that is the case, then we were looking for a separate budget from the city. Arts Commission is requesting a motion of direction to proceed with the Clean Poet Laureate program as presented with our budgetary integration direction to include proposal of the $18,750 program request within the fiscal year of 2027 library division budgets. Questions?
Councilmember Nesky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I am all for the arts, and that's one of the priorities that we have for the state is presented looking into funding for arts and different things. And I agree, poetry is a big thing. I've been here since 1995, but these are my concerns. Right now, as far as the budget, I see us having other pressing issues that we really need to focus on. And one of my biggest ones that come to mind would be the Rosa Herford Community Center and using funds to have more activities for our youth, because you have to have a love for poetry for what you do. And we have a lot of people that love poetry, just like rodeo or anything else. And I'm really big on it. I'm really investing in our youth. And what I would recommend is this. It's just like the museum for our children, with what we need, but not right now. Our budget should be focused on the projects that we have, and I can only speak my opinion. We have a tendency to add more stuff to our budget. And then next year when it comes, the things that we may need most, and that's really to me our capital improvement that needs any and all money to complete current projects, I would highly recommend that my opinion only, that this should be brought up in next year's budget. Once we find out from state which direction, we may get grants, we may get other funding for the art, and I think this particular project should move to the top because it does serve a population of our city. I commend your team, and it's just an opinion. Other council members may see things totally different than I am and may think that this is a priority for the city. That's just my opinion. And I've spoken to people that do poetry. I've spoken to people that do rap, blues, different, trying to get their own brand and their own name. And that's another concern of mine. We do it for one, we have to open the door for any other art that people feel that needs to be supported to really get it out there and boost it. What I also would recommend within my time frame is that since poetry is important, and you went through all this work, not giving up on that, just not this budget, in my opinion, that we find a way to insert more poetry to our downtown. Mr. Merritt, can I have one more minute to finish?
1 minute, Council.
Thank you.
Yes.
That we find, Mr. Merritt, did you say yes?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you can,
That we
Councilman.
find a way to not let this die down until our next budget, and that we continue to push not only poetry, if there's a rap group, if there's breakdance, whatever. I done heard 3 different ones, but they're all different age groups. More so poetry, I really like it, but I'm not saying no, I'm just saying not now. But we can use your gifts and talents in our events that we have in downtown. I don't know how the council or this legal, what I'm about to say, if it's a venue that we have and there's a consensus for the council, that we can allow you to use it one special night combined with what we are already doing, that people may want to go there and not come there. But then I have to talk about the police, the fire department, how they going to
Time's
cover
up,
that.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
May I respond,
Councilmember-
ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So one thing I want to say is completely understand about budgets, and I don't give up easy. I've been on the Arts Council since 2022, 21, and this was my number one thing that I wanted to do. I'm going to be here for a while. When you say next year's budget, does that translate to fiscal year 2028?
Mr. Mayor, may I answer the question?
You may,
Okay, thank you, sir. So
to what
this-
you're referring to.
Yes, sir. So this current budget, we have already, we're going to finish it up today, hopefully, and do our taxes, if they go up or down, or stay the same. But the budget following that, I think that that is when I would bring it before the council. And the unique thing about this, I honestly think, and it's still on the subject about the budget, when the other organizations had come before us to make those decisions, you probably should have been suited better presenting it collectively with them, because we made our decisions. So that's what I meant, sir.
Okay. And just to another clarification, this isn't a program for the sake to bring attention to poetry. This is to use the power of spoken word and literary artists to bring attention to the city. They'd be an ambassador for the city and for the Arts Commission.
Okay. Councilmember Bass.
Thank you, sir. Who would appoint this poet laureate?
So the goal was the Arts Commission would filter through the applicants, come up with a application process, and then present 2 or 3 final candidates to the city council, or the city council would assist in appointing someone to help decide. So we know we want the city council to have an involvement in deciding what individual is going to represent the city.
That's a good process. I would agree with that process.
Okay.
When I taught English language arts at Ellison High School, I did a poetry cafe in the Ellison High School library every month for 10 years. And I can attest that allowing those students to come in and read their original poetry or perform a song that they personally wrote was wonderful for those kids. They really looked forward to it, and that's the power of poetry that you're talking about.
It saves lives.
Yes, it does,
Yes.
without a doubt. However, I do agree with Council Member Nash King. Let's talk about this next budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
They said a lot, right? And I'm in agreement with them, particularly because we just got our budget
I
presentation.
know, I wish I'd went before that.
Yeah, and we really, I don't think we've had to say no to necessities for the city, that our department heads and executives have come up and said, we need these items, and we just don't have the money for those. So I don't think I could justify putting money into a want right now. I would also probably recommend that as you go back through this, maybe we see how we can to get out of hot funds, because I think we have a little more wiggle room depending on how the Arts Commission might be contributing money to the arts, but that would be for events. 2, as far as the structure or the roles and responsibilities in admin, when it comes to that, look, I am 100% excited if you have poets who want to write a civic poem for the city. I think we could have them come in and present it, read it at a council meeting as a presentation. I just don't think we can pay them $5,000 a year for that and doing events. I know it wouldn't be just that. But my other concern is under the administration. So if we're paying them a salary, because that's the way it's presented, it might be better termed a stipend if they were going to get any money. A salary would indicate we have to put them on some sort of payroll, even if it's compensation. So unless it's a stipend, even the council members, we get compensation of $250 a month, but we have to be put on payroll and salary. We have to take all the taxes and stuff out. I believe that if we were to do this and put it under that sort of administration where we're paying for essentially an employee, at that point, we'd have to do the same thing. Especially because when I look at the administration, it says that the current staff would be responsible for the coordination, the event scheduling, the documentation. The library would have to take care of budgetary and financial management, the archival preservation, so it's putting work on our staff members also. And so I think moving forward, the next presentation, if there could be a way to figure out how the Arts Commission could do this and kind of put it together without putting extra work back onto the staff. That would probably be preferable going forward, but I agree with my fellow council members that this is not the year to be able to do this. But keep up the great work. I know you well enough to know you are not going anywhere. You're going to keep coming back and you'll keep fine tuning it. And eventually we will all live to see this be a great success.
So part of the administrative cost was, we wanted the poet laureate to function almost as if they were one of the individuals petitioning the Arts Commission to put on events, and that would be part of the money that would go to them. So they have their honorarium, compensating them for time and the effort they're putting in, but they would also be putting on events for the city, just like other 501Cs come in to put events and bring in tourism.
So I think if that is the intent, it would be a great idea to get an organization of like-minded folks together, have them form a group that could come in and request those Art Commission funds and have those programs play out, because we know we can award money in that sense. And that could break down some of those other expenses and pay for venues or partially pay for those venues and stuff. So I think, much like Councilwoman Nash King said, with the museum, we kind of encouraged people who wanted to see that happen, get together, form a group, and then we can maybe offer some guidance as to how to move forward in that process without necessarily funding it ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Assistant City Manager Wilson, you wanted to comment on it? Councilmember Bass.
Mayor, I would like to suggest to the Assistant City Manager that we direct our downtown personnel that do the festivals to coordinate with the Arts Commission and have some of our local poets perform. I would suggest in between the bands, when the bands are changing out. My opinion is that would be a wonderful time for our local poets to get up on stage and read their poetry. I think we would all enjoy it. Thank you. Should I do a motion of direction?
Yes, sir, you may.
I would like to make a motion of direction, Mayor, that our Assistant City Manager coordinate with our downtown directors and managers to coordinate with the Arts Commission to make sure when we have our downtown festivals that we invite our local poets to perform up on the stage in front of our citizens. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Motion, Councilmember Bass, is there a second? Motion of direction.
It's on the screen.
Councilmember Nash King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second the motion of direction.
Okay, any discussion? If there is no discussion, all in favor, signify. Say yes if you're for, say no if you're against. The motion passed 5-0. She's not there. Mayor Pro Tem? No, they said she's disconnected. Yeah. Let the record show she disconnected. Okay. Okay, sir, thank you so.
One more
Yes.
statement. If there's no more questions or statements, the Art Commission, as a secondary request, even if it's not funded, we would still like to see this become a program of record, and then we can pursue funding in the future. So something to think about.
Yes, sir, and I think that would help. I like the suggestion, the motion of direction by Councilmember Bass. I am all for the portrait, sir. I'm telling my son, he did it all over the country, and all over. Matter of fact, all over the world. So I am so much for that. It really is a place for our young people, and thank you for what you're doing.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. If you move, Madam Secretary.
DS 26055, receive fiscal year 2027 proposed capital improvement program overview.
Ms. Tangleman.
Thank you again,
You're
Mayor,
popular
Council
tonight.
Member. This item is for the fiscal year 2027 proposed capital improvement program. As budget calendar as to, so today we already discussed the proposed budget. We also set the date for the budget public hearing that is on July 28th and the consent agenda. And now we are here discussing the fiscal year 2027 CIP. Background, the City Council adopted the capital project policies on April 10, 2018, requiring a 5-year CIP to be produced annually. Proposed 5-year CIP is developed based on master plans and departmental needs. This presentation provides an overview of recommended new projects and ongoing projects needing additional funding in fiscal year 2027. Eligible projects include equipment, vehicles, facilities, and infrastructures with a value exceeding $100,000. Project categories are aviation facilities, park and recreation, drainage, transportation, water and sewer, technology, vehicles and equipment, other projects, and fiscally constrained. The project funding sources, as you can see, will be fund balance from the major funds. And also, we have the street maintenance and tax increment fund here, that is special revenue funds. Also from grants and from bonds, whether there are GOs or revenue bonds. This is the summary. As you can see in this side over here are the funds. These funds are about the other non-capital funds are capital funds, and these ones are special revenue funds. These are the beginning available resources. These are the prior commitments. These are the revenues for 27, the expenditures for 27, the change in fund balance, and this will be the ending fund balance. So for fiscal year 2027, we are proposing 41,835,235 for the total capital project funds and 17.9 million from non-capital funds, total of 59.8 million. A summary of the projects for the aviation category, we have the airfield maintenance, the terminal rehabilitation, the airport land acquisition, the air service development with a total for 10 million for the budget for 27. And as you can see over here on the side, you have the funding sources. For aviation, we have the CIP fund, and we also have grants. For drainage, we have some drainage projects for Tremere low water crossing, Dickens ditch repair, and Long Branch environmental improvements for a total of 1.9 million, and the funded source as a drainage CIP. The remote is not working. Facilities. We have the fleet service facility, the animal adoption center, the transitional housing site improvements, Fire Station 8, Fire Station 3, and the funding sources varies with governmental CIP, some enterprise funds, and also some special revenue funds. The total for this project is $5.4 million. In other project summary, we have the engineering design standards update for $150,000, and that's for drainage CIP. Parks and Recreation summary, we have the Parks Maintenance Facility, the Stone Tree Golf Course, the Hunt Park Steel Shade Structure for $1.8 million, and then the funding source are the CO bond and some governmental CIP. And the transportation, we have Rancière, Stagecoach, sidewalk improvements, Zephyr Road, traffic signal at Rosewood, with a total of $16.4 million, and then different funding sources on the side. For the vehicles, we have fleet replacements for solid waste, the governmental funds, water and sewer, drainage, aviation, with a total of $7.5 million. For water and sewer, we have the water and sewer projects, water meter replacement program, Highway 195 elevated storage tank, the reuse water for community center park, the water tank maintenance program, the water line rehabilitation phase 1 through 5 for $4.2 million. And these are the fiscally constrained by project type. For aviation, we have a 17.5, drainage 1.6, facilities 7.8. Other projects, we have 1.1, parks and recreation 2 million, transportation 96 million, vehicles and equipment 300,000, water and sewer 25 million, with a total of 152 million that are fiscally constrained. The next steps will be discussed further in July and August. Like I believe Councilwoman Brown mentioned today, we do have a discussion item every budget, every meeting for a budget, and also for the CIP. And that's where we can come back and we can discuss. And then we will adopt the plan as proposed on September 1st. At the same time, we adopt the budget. The whole capital improvement program is in the website with every details that you want to see. They're here. If you have any questions, I can answer any questions right now if I can. But also I can send you guys this if you guys don't have it. It is in the website. And if you have any other detailed questions, you can also email and we can send you answers back. I think that's it. If you guys have any questions right now, we'll be able to.
Councilmember Nashkin?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Tangleman.
Good evening, ma'am.
I just have a question, Zephyr Road.
Yes.
I've been pushing for Zephyr Road since 2017, and I know funding plays a big part. So do we have, and maybe you can't answer this question, but in the future, are we looking at 10 years, 5 years, or when we get funding for it?
I think maybe Andrew can help me answer that
Mr.
question.
Zagers,
There he is.
my favorite engineer.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good evening, Mr. Zagers.
Good evening, council member. So Zephyr Road, right now, we're negotiating with the consultant to start the design. That'll take a couple years. We're looking with utilizing the street maintenance fee. So first project we're going to be doing is Stagecoach Phase 2, which we'll be bidding very shortly. Once that is complete, we're going to go to Willow Springs, and then we will then start looking at building portions of Zephyr. Since that project is so large, it'll probably be broken up into 2 or 3 phases. And then what we'll do is as the funds, fill up the pot of money in the street fee, then we will then, similarly like we did with Stagecoach, bid out the first phase, second, third. I anticipate probably 5 to 6 years before we would be the soonest before we see the first phase of Zephyr go under construction.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, when you said Willow Spring, is that because Willow Springs, you already working on Watercress and it's right there?
Well, it was already part of the original
Right.
list. We have to finish the design, but again, we're focusing on Stagecoach Phase 2. That'll fill up, that's taken out all the funds we have right now available, so it'll take a couple years before we do Willow Springs. Use that money to put that under construction, then we concentrate on Zephyr. didn't want to put both. We only had funding really for one of those
Right.
projects, Watercress or Willow Springs. I think we can give the residents a little break, for a couple years before
Okay.
we start doing Willow Springs.
Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, we wanted to try to spread it out, which we did with Bunny Trail, Watercress, Gilmer. We were able to spread out the work throughout the city instead of not concentrate everything in one area.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash Kings. Any other questions for Ms. Steinle? Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So much. Madam Secretary?
DS 26056, discuss the City of Killeen Americans with Disabilities Act, self-evaluation and transition plan draft.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
There.
So I'm not going to belabor this, but we did have some guests here earlier, some people with unique needs in their families, their care providers, to talk about this item, which is just a discussion item. Ms. Brady, who's our ADA coordinator, and Mr. James Wick from STV Consultants, and along with Mr. Zagers, we all worked on this starting back in October. And what a great month to be presenting this to council, because it is Disability Pride Month. And if we can get this adopted July 21st, that'd be even better. So background information, in June of 2021, the city entered into a 3-year settlement agreement with the Department of Justice that required the city to complete a self-evaluation of its facilities, programs, activities, and public rights-of-way to determine compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The settlement's term ended in June of 2024. In 2022, the city established the role of ADA Compliance Manager, currently known as the ADA Coordinator, to oversee the city's efforts. And in 2022, there was an evaluation of the policies, procedures, website, buildings, crosswalks, sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, parks, amenities, and more. In 2025, the city engaged with STV Inc. to draft a transition plan outlining the steps and timeline for bringing the self-evaluation findings into compliance with federal and state standards. A transition plan is federally required by the American with Disabilities Act, driven by community, city council, and staff input. Compliance is enforced by multiple federal agencies. It is a living document which will be updated as needed and has a dedicated webpage on the city's website. This plan will identify accessibility barriers, set priorities and timelines for improvements, include community input, and outlines how the city will work towards meeting the accessibility standards. The plan establishes a framework for the city to work towards compliance with ADA requirements applicable to local governmental entities and outlines a proactive approach for identifying and remediating architectural barriers. So our plan and goal is to work across the departments, which we have been, ensure safe and comfortable access to public buildings and public rights-of-way, enhance mobility and safety, use public engagement to help inform decision-making and foster an inclusive culture in Killeen, and align with federal and state standards. These are a list of the things that will be found in our transition plan. Community engagement included multiple efforts, social media, press release, flyers, a city billboard, email campaigns, and even community meetings. And those meetings took place in May 12th and 14th. We had a total of 35 to 40 people. The reason why we have that range of attendees is because at the Lions Club Senior Center, there were people that came in and out, and we didn't want to tally our participants. A focus group meeting was held on June 26th, comprised of attendees of the public meetings who expressed interest in further discussing the details of the plan. A public comment period was held over 55 days. The survey was 55 days, April to June, and then we had a 30-day public comment period. We received 112 anonymous respondents to the survey, and the results are posted on the city's webpage. So the implementation started back in 22 with smaller projects being done by our facilities maintenance staff, and they were prioritized based on community feedback and how often they are used and their purpose. So our plan for implementation, there are 3 phases, and we have priorities within those phases, and the description and the purpose of the priorities is outlined here in this table. The public rights-of-way include sidewalks, curbs, ramps, street crossings, pedestrian signals, and on-street parking. In February of 2023, STV evaluated the city's public right-of-ways with 30,000 plus touch points registered. Public right-of-way items are being corrected as the city completes its maintenance and streets plan, including upgrades. The estimated timeline and cost. Timeline is a minimum of 20 years for facilities, programs, and services with a estimated cost today of $6.4 million. Funding sources include annual capital improvement programs or, in limited cases, enterprise funds. Public right-of-way timeline is 30 years with the estimated cost to be approximately $267 million. Multiple funding sources as well as opportunities for grants. So the next step is, after we receive comments from the city council and some of the comments we received during the comment period, we will include those in the final plan along with a letter of support from the Governor's Committee on Peoples with Disability that they copy most council members, if not all of you, on that. But that was huge for the city to receive that, and shout out to Ms. Brady for being so determined to make sure that we had something that we could be proud of. Staff will return to you on July 21st for consideration of adoption of this plan. And Ms. Brady, Mr. Wick, and Mr. Zagers are here with me to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much. I really congratulate you all on that, receiving that state recognition.
Yes.
Congratulations, y'all. Do great work and coming up with a plan. This is a great plan that y'all doing.
Thank you.
And it's much needed for the city. Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had the opportunity to attend the May 14th meeting here at City Hall, and what was most encouraging to me about it was the amount of citizen participation that actually occurred. A lot of times we have these public meetings, citizens kind of sit back, they don't want to get overly involved or say too much. Just the opposite, right? Where we ended up staying a little bit longer because people had so much that they wanted to give input. And I think that that is really going to be the key to success on this, as we have so many dedicated people willing to work with our staff who's also very dedicated to making sure this works and is the best possible. Really, my only 2 questions. One, are there specific grants that the city could apply for ADA improvements or anything like that?
So that would be, Mr. Zagers would know of some grants, and Mr. Wick. Everyone, feel free to come up. You've been here this long, take your time and
you might as well get heard since you're here.
So come on up.
Yes, Ms. Councilwoman, yeah, there are, James Wick with STV, we're the consultants that were working with the city to put this plan together. There are a number of grants, particularly when it comes to the right-of-way stuff. I know, like the Safe Routes to School, and there's some, I've included some stuff in the plan as well, but I know Mr. Zager knows of some of these too. There are quite a few options out, particularly for right-of-way and infrastructure improvements. Not so much on the facility side, but there are some opportunities probably there as well.
So a lot of the grants don't usually address maintenance. There are some out there that'll be safety grants, SIP grants, raise grants. So for what we're applying for, anything where we're doing facilities, working with TxDOT, looking out there. So if we're going to improve a traffic signal, we're going to make sure we address the ADA concerns there. Those are opportunities we can get grant dollars for, or like a raise grant, like we're trying to do with Rancier or Chaparral. As we do these large capital projects, we're also addressing those ADA concerns.
Thank you so much. I know every dollar we can get in grant money is $1 less we have to spend out of CIP funds. Even if we have a match of 50%, that's half the price we have to pay.
Typically, it's 20 to 30, but I totally agree.
Even better.
Free money is always welcome.
And then,
Okay.
going to follow up
Okay.
with a question. Well, I was going to follow on to that, and I think you can answer this a little better. So my name is Savannah Brady. I'm the ADA coordinator for the city. And in some limited cases, some CDBG funds can also be applied to that depending on the type of program and the type of project. So in very limited cases, that is also a possibility. And I believe our Parks Department has actually utilized those funds in the past in that manner.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Bass.
Thank you for all of your work. As a disabled veteran, especially thank you. I'm very pleased to see the public rights-of-way slide for sidewalks, curb ramps, street crossings, and pedestrian signals. As we all drive around town, we see this wonderful new technology of handicapped people being able to use electronic wheelchairs and the electric scooters. I see them all over town now, and it's absolutely crucial that our sidewalks, curb ramps, street crossings, and pedestrian signals help those citizens out because I see them going to buy groceries, I see them going to the store to visit friends. It's crucial that our citizens be safe when they're using these devices. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Nashke. Councilmember Nashke.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I think they know how I feel about it. We had and you were there, Mr. Mayor, when we met at the Civic Senior Center, and you was instrumental with Councilmember Kendrick and kicking off to ensure that our parks meet the needs of all residents of Killeen. And Ms. McNair and her team, they have always done an excellent job. That is your expertise. I can honestly say that when you put things into action, ma'am, the whole team that spoke today, and Mr. Zager gonna always ensure that we're in compliance. We are not gonna get out of compliance as long as he's on the clock. And this is something, to be honest, is much needed. It's past due. We are one, a community of one.
Yes.
But thank you all, and thank you for being an advocate. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
I agree with Councilwoman Nash that this is much needed, and this is something that I campaigned on as well, making everything ADA accessible and quality of life for the handicapped as well. And so it's just wonderful seeing this and seeing you guys go forth. And I too am a sports fan as well, and it's always good when I went to see you guys and how you all run your race. I have a brother who's handicapped, and he's in one of the basketball teams where he does his sports at. And so I'm always thankful and grateful for you guys going forward. So thank you for doing this. I appreciate this.
Thank you. And we appreciate the people that were able to come from the community, and also those in our community that have disabilities that are invisible with chronic illnesses. Sometimes people have hearing impairments where they wear an invisible aid. Others have sensory issues or other neurodiversities. So we want to make sure that we included those who had both visible differences in their abilities and invisible as well.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Brown.
Sorry, I had just had one question for you. I know it says you bring it back after public discussion from us. Do you need a motion of direction from the city to confirm the draft?
No, ma'am. Tonight, we just wanted to present this to you, tell you all what we did, get some feedback for you so we can go ahead and get the final draft together, and we'll be back on July 21st.
See you then.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. Madam Secretary. We're moving right along.
Future agenda items, RQ 26003, citywide flood map.
And you can state both of 17 as well.
RQ 26004, Clean Housing Authority, KHA update.
Okay, Councilmember Brown, do you have these two items?
So just very briefly, on the citywide flood map, we are currently working on data from 2008. By looking at our comparable cities on FEMA, I've seen that cities our size really are working from information at least a decade newer than ours, and almost all of them are within this decade. So this is just to bring back for a discussion with staff on the process of implementing a citywide flood study and how we might be able to get the funding for that. So I would make a motion of direction to bring this back for a future discussion at a future meeting.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? There's a second. There's no second. Well, the motion fails.
Next one.
Yes.
Okay. And so the next one is to reach out and request an update from the Clean Housing Authority. This is not unprecedented. We've had it done before. Currently, they owe us a significant amount of money, and it's just essentially to get an update on their progress and when we might be able to expect getting some money from them. So I would make a motion of direction to add this to future agenda.
Is there a second? There's no second. The motion fails. Okay. We're going to pursue to executive session in pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Law, Government Code 551001. The mayor now calls a closed meeting of the City Council on the 7th day of July, 2026 at 9:47 p.m. under the following authority. A, Section 551071, consulting with attorney, the city attorney will consult with legal counsel regarding contemplating litigations. Agenda item DS-26-058. We adjourn into executive session. Council has completed its closed meeting on July the 7th, 2026 at 10:47 p.m. And I need a motion to adjourn.
I click per your instruction.
Council, it's been a motion to adjourn by Councilmember Nash King, Councilmember Brown,
Second.
and second by, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, y'all have a good night.